Good afternoon, everybody. The Eagle Band brings us in here live on SHN's presentation of Georgetown Eagle Baseball. I'm Wally Harmon. Joined today, Kelly DeVoll in the house.
Welcome.
Welcome, Kelly, to the booth. I tell you what, and what a day.
Oh, yeah.
A doubleheader, as we've just been informed, here at Round Rock High School. A tough loss last night. The first district loss for Georgetown after a big pounding. I don't know if you saw it. One of the parents came up with a new name for the matchup, the Crosstown Classic.
Nice.
And in the first edition, your Eagles put it on the Eastview Patriots 13-1. Some pitching performances. Nick Silva pitched a great game. Some players just unbelievable, making some great plays. Logan Smith at the hot corner had a nice short hop throw on the run to gun a guy down. And so, but then they go to Leander, and it was a tough loss last night. A good game pitched by Capers, the senior, a big 6'4" senior that just came in and really dealt. Georgetown didn't get to him until about the fourth inning and a little bit too late. But a good game. But a team now will see some changes today as they regroup in this doubleheader here. You see the Round Rock families out there, senior day. But Kelly, overall, you got to like it. 12-2 on the season now. Just your first loss in district. Still sitting in second place. Rouse up there. I think #1 in the state, ranked by Texas High School Baseball. And so there's your measuring stick right now in 25-5A.
Yeah, and Georgetown has gotten mentioned in the polls too as well. I think they were ranked number 10 in one poll last week, so they've been playing some really good baseball. Coach Vieira's really got to like what he sees. Of course, they took the loss. Leander's a tough baseball team, and it showed last night. They've got some quality pitching, some timely hitting, and the Eagles weren't quite able to get to that last night, but they've done a good job with the bats. The pitching staff has done a good job throughout the season. So it's going to be interesting today, Wally, because especially with this wind, if a ball gets out of here today, I'll be stunned because that wind is blowing in from left field, and it's howling.
There will be a man playing amongst boys, to put it nicely, if there's a home run hit out of there. It's coming out of the left field, right kind of around the football stadium. It's like it took a right turn.
Right.
And coming right into our face here at the backstop. Beautiful field here. The old school, Round Rock High School, the original. And now to think it's one of 5 or 6 schools in the Round Rock ISD, one of the 6A schools. But a beautiful all-grass field except for home plate area. I noticed that when I walked in. You have a turf infield, home plate area. And so the ball will react different for a catcher. Mazik will be prepared for that. Mazik will be prepared for that from home, being an infield. Last night we saw a couple of errors. Balls that weren't fielded maybe, base hits maybe, whatever you score them, whoever's scoring in that. But balls hit that react differently off grass, slower roll.
Right.
So a different look that came at them last night. And Leander, like you said, a tough team to beat at home especially.
With the artificial turf around the home plate area, the ball is going to bounce a little more true. You don't get those goofy bounces. And then, when the Eagles are at home, they've got an entire turf infield. So the bounces are a little more true, a little more predictable. So after the ball leaves the bat today, turf, it's grass and dirt. And, the fielders have to be ready for those weird bounces that can happen. Even on a very nice, well-manicured field, it's still got some awkwardness to it in some spots.
The ball spins different. It bounces different. On a turf, the ball may tend to grab. And so different, good to see because a lot of fields are not turf fields that you'll play on.
Yeah.
And so you've got to be prepared for either type of surface. But beautiful here. We're at the Dragon Diamond, I believe is what I see across there at the scoreboard out in just to the right of straightaway center field. 357 down the left field line. A long way down that left field line, Kelly. Left center field, it looks like it's 390. And then it shortens up to 380 in center, 355 in right center, and 314 down the right field line. If you see one out today with this wind blowing left to right, it's got to be if someone hits it, a right-hander hits it late and puts it up in the air. E.J. Davis the other night at the Eastview game, I was talking about, man, if E.J. could just extend the inning, it's 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. You want to try to make some noise, and it was just a howling wind. And E.J. Davis takes a 3-2 pitch with 2 outs and deposits the ball over the right field wall, and he put it up in the jet stream.
Right.
And it was just Well, that's one way to extend an inning, but you saw it. Some of these kids, it was awesome last night. Landon Heil comes in and DHs, has a double to right center field. It was a calm night, but putting the ball where it was pitched. This Eagle team has the ability to put the ball in play. A lot of batting averages. You'll see around 400, 500, and so they're not afraid to go and hit the ball. And so today will be that tricky one. You got to put the ball in play, get it down. Anything in the air, though, is going to be a battle. We saw that Coach Vieira skied one off the fungo bat for the catcher Mazak, and it started about midway between home and pitcher's mound, and it bounced on the ground about 20 feet behind home plate. So wind will play a factor.
And the key today with that wind is, again, for a right-handed batter, they'll have to swing late, but they're going to have to start that ball at the light post that you can see there in the video. The light post that's just to the right of the scoreboard, they have to start the ball just about there for it to stay in the field with some of the gusts that are here. But the key today for both these teams is going to be their fielding. Because you know these guys are going to be swinging to put a ball in play, ground balls, line drives. I don't think very many people are going to try to drive a ball really hard today. They may, but so it's going to be up to what's behind the pitchers and on the defense, and whoever fields cleanest today is going to win this ball game.
The Round Rock Dragons come in representing 6A Region 4 Division District 25, while the Georgetown Eagles come in representing 5A Region 4 District 25. The Round Rock Dragons victorious last night. I was talking to their broadcaster. They came back and put up 5 runs in the 5th and 6th inning to come back and beat Westwood last night. And so they're coming off a little bit of a high, a senior day here today. And these two teams scrimmaged earlier in the preseason, and so a nice doubleheader between two quality programs. Coach Vieira here for your Georgetown Eagles. Head coach John Carter for the Round Rock Dragons. His assistant coach here, Reynaldo Rodriguez. The JV and freshman teams on the road at Georgetown, playing in 2 ball games out there, the 11 o'clock and the 1:30. And so Coach Carter and Coach Rodriguez representing the Round Rock Dragons. The starting lineup for the Round Rock Dragons. Leading it off and playing center field, a senior, number 15, Tyler Betts. Batting second and playing right field, a senior, number 5, Trey Garza. Batting third and playing third base, number 23, a senior, Landon Schroeder. Batting fourth and playing shortstop, a junior, number 17, Travis Sikora. Batting fifth and catching, number 20, Drew Freed. He is a senior. I'm recognized here. I apologize. Batting sixth and the designated hitter for the Dragons is a senior, number 9, Grant Bible. Batting seventh and on the mound for the Dragons is a senior, number 22, M.N. Bamberg. Batting eighth and playing left field is a senior, number 11, Brandon Newton. And batting ninth and playing first base is the senior, number 21, Kyle Cox. A lot of seniors here in this program. Kelly, a program like this, you look at it, we talk about senior-heavy teams in football at Georgetown and that program, and then you look at a baseball team like this at Round Rock. You've got to imagine the sheer numbers that come and try out for a program this big, a school this big, to have such a senior-laden team. How important is that? But yet, what is the turnover every year? When you see a lot of seniors graduate, we just saw about 10 or 11 of these players graduating this year. What does that do to this program at Round Rock? What kind of a challenge is that for Coach Carter?
So for the coaches in Round Rock, with the numbers of kids that are playing select and travel baseball, it's year-round for a lot of these kids. You'll see some kids playing multiple sports, some football and baseball, some basketball and baseball, but they have to that's where your freshman and JV teams are so important in building what's going to come up next year. Last year we saw with Georgetown, very, very young baseball team, and it showed on the field. They didn't have the outcomes for the season that they wanted. And Coach Vieira has said, you know, when you have a really young varsity baseball team, you got to temper expectations a little bit because they're still learning the game at a varsity level. But for Georgetown now, they've got some experienced ball players. They've got some really good athletes. So this is going to be a good test today for both teams.
The starting lineup for your Georgetown Eagles. Head coach Jordan Vieira, 7th year as a coach for Georgetown, 3rd year as the head coach, an alumnus of Georgetown. His assistant coaches, Chad Payne, David Durrell, Robert Hom, and Barry Johnson. The starting lineup, some changes, some different names here for today in game number 1 against Round Rock. Leading it off, though, will be your shortstop, He's a senior, he's a junior, number 21, Eli Hellman. Batting second and playing right field is a senior, number 3, Ty Klaus Kissamore. Catching and batting third is number 19, the senior, Zachary Mazik. Batting fourth and playing first base, a senior, number 25, Reese Bell. Batting fifth, a sophomore designated hitter, number 20, Riley Leininger. Batting sixth and playing third base is number 9, a senior, Nick Silva. Batting seventh, playing second base, is a senior, number 4, Wade Denton. Batting eighth, and speaking of multi-sport players, Kelly, batting eighth and playing left field, number 23, Chance Faltasek, the junior. And batting ninth and playing center field is the senior, number 16, Andon Petty. So the top three for the Georgetown Eagles: Hellman, Klaus Kissamore, and Mazik. The middle third: Bell, Leininger, and Silva. And the bottom three: Denton, Faltasek, and Petty. They introduced the starting lineups here over the PA system, and then we will have our national anthem. We'll take a quick break, be back, play the national anthem, and then we'll be ready for the first pitch. You're listening to Georgetown Eagle Baseball on SHN Sports.
And now, the starting lineup for the Round Rock Dragons. Batting first and playing center field, number 15, Tyler Beck.
Back here live at the Dragon Diamond on Round Rock High School campus in Round Rock, Texas. Wally Harmon and Kelly DeVoll joining us. Just a little sad, though. Doppler Dave. Stranded at the station today. Having to play firefighter. Shout out to all our first responders, especially our favorite firefighter out there, Dave England, working today for the Georgetown Fire Department. We appreciate all of our military members, our first responders, medical workers. The medical field is, you love to see the numbers coming down with COVID, and to love to see kind of what feels like for us. I'm not in the medical field, but to feel like a little bit of a break coming for these medical personnel, the nurses and the doctors and the caretakers. And so it's so good to see people's smiles now. It's so weird.
And I get the honor of traveling all over the country and meeting first responders all over the nation, and there's just a sense of relief that it has fallen off a little bit, and hopefully we can take a mask off soon on an airplane instead of being stuck in a mask all day.
As much as you travel, I bet you know that
Yes,
totally
sir.
firsthand. Leading it off, the top three in the lineup here in the top of the first for the Eagles: Eli Hellman, Ty Klaus Kitsamore, and Zachary Mazik. Hellman, Klaus Kitsamore, and Mazik. Hellman, the shortstop, will bat from the right side. Defensively for the Dragons, starting things off on the infield, Schroeder at third, Sikora at short, Bradley at second, and Cox at first base. Left field, Newton. Center field, Betts. Right field will be Garza. On the mound is Bamberg, and behind the plate, Freed for the Dragons. So Bamberg will step in. On the mound, he'll pitch from the stretch to start things out. First pitch of the ball game. And Hellman takes a cut at it, drives it into left center field, and it's down. Held up by the wind in front of the left fielder for a base hit. He liked the aggressive approach there by Hellman to start things off. Well, first pitch single to open it up for the Eagles.
Nice job taking a pitch that he can do something with on that first pitch of the ball game. One pitch, one base runner. That's a trend you really like to see.
And that'll bring up, in a little change here in the lineup, Kelly Mazik has been batting second a lot for the Eagles. Now Klaus Kitsamore jumps up into the 2 spot here in this game. Throw a pickoff attempt over to first base from Bamberg, but Hellman able to get back over there easily. But now Ty Klaus Kitsamore steps in the 2-hole today, playing right field. Ty from the right side. Bamberg set the first pitch on the outside part of the plate for strike one.
Nice pitch. There's not much you can do with a pitch out there like that. If the umpire's got a wide strike zone today, that's something that the batters are going to have to really be aware of and protect the plate.
The 0-1 pitch. Klaus Kitsamore fouls it off. Back out of play as Hellman was off on the pitch, and now tied down in the count. No balls and 2 strikes.
As a pitcher, you like jumping out ahead of a batter like that, especially when you give up a base hit on your first pitch of the game. But now he's got the hitter in a bind right now, so got to be he can be selective in where he puts this pitch.
Another pickoff attempt, and Hellman dives back in safely. But you got to love Hellman's approach. What's the first pitch of the ball game typically? A fastball in there. Let's start it out with a strike. The 0-2 pitch. And bounces in the turf. Nice block there by Freed, the catcher, to keep it in front of him. Hellman can advance. And the count 1-2 now.
That's where you get that nice true bounce off that turf versus the dirt that's in front of the plate.
Absolutely. And last night we saw a lot of that in Leander. Mazik and Sisson for the Lions having to work last night with anything in the dirt. The 1-2 pitch outside, ball 2. Nice take there by Ty. Evens up the count now at 2-2.
That pitch was placed really close to where that first called strike came in, but it was just off the plate.
Hellman with the lead off first, being held on there by Cox. Bamberg throws back over, but Hellman dives back in safely.
And you got to keep him honest over there on first base because he's got some wheels.
Eli, always suspect to run. Bamberg comes set, the 2-2 pitch, and it's down in the turf for ball 3. So now 0-2 in the count, and Klaus Kitsamore has worked it back to a full count. So a good at bat here to start things off for Ty in his first at bat today to make Bamberg work early.
This is a big pitch.
Hellman with the lead off first. The payoff pitch, and it's in the dirt. Good block there by Freed to keep it in front of him. The runners will advance. Hellman down to second, and Ty draws the walk in his opening at bat, and that'll bring up Zachary Mazik, the catcher.
That can be a little deflating for a pitcher when you jump out 0-2. You give up a base hit on your first pitch of the game. You go 0-2 on the second batter of the game and then wind up putting him on base. Not only is that kind of deflating of getting that far ahead of your batter, but pitch count.
Mazik will step in from the left side. Can't seem to get his feet set here in the turf. Totally different approach after being in the dirt in Leander last night. Now Mazik settles in from the left side. Hellman off second. Ty Klaus gets some more off first. Bamberg with the first pitch. And it's in there for a called strike. But even like you said, Kelly, 0-2 count. Now Bamberg can be selective, but it's almost like he went overboard. He took that one shot on the outside fastball. It was just a little bit outside. But then 2 or 3 pitches in the dirt that had to be covered there by Freed, and then ends up losing Ty on the walk. The 0-1 pitch, and Mazik will foul it off out of play. And now another batter, 0-2.
And you've got a situation here where with the wind like it is, they're not going to be balls that are going to be driven very far. So your pitchers have to hit that strike zone, let them put the ball in play, and let your defense do their work.
Both runners take a lead. Bamberg, the 0-2 pitch. It's high for ball 1. Nice 0-2 pitch there to see if Mazik would chase. Just a little high.
Fastball got away from him a little bit, but he's climbing up that strike zone, try to get him to reach at something.
Mazik back in. You see he's choked up on the bat. On the 1-2 count. Now a spin around. Bamberg spun to throw, and the shortstop had backed off, but Sikora there to keep the throw from going into center field. A lot of attention being paid to the speedy Hellman at second base. Now the 1-2 pitch. Outside corner, called strike 3, and Mazik down on strikes. 4 out, number 1.
Number 25, Reese Bell.
Get back in this. That's a big first out that Round Rock needed now, a double play ball, and you get out of this inning without any damage, but you still got runners, 1 in scoring position now, so you don't want to be overly cautious. You want to throw the pitches that you're comfortable with, but trying to get something on the field, on the ground in the infield.
Reese Bell steps in from the right side. First pitch to the big first baseman. Swing and a miss on the breaking ball. 0-1 the count to Bell.
He's hit the strike zone on the first pitch on all 4 batters.
The 0-1 pitch. This one's out. It's off of Freed over to the left, and both runners will move up. So now Georgetown has 2 runners in scoring position with just 1 out here in the top of the first. Hellman moves up to third on that wild pitch. And Ty Klaus gets more up to second.
Takes a double play out now, so you suspect the infielder's going to move up a little bit, maybe cut down a run at the plate if they can. Third baseman is moved up about even with the bag, but the others are staying back.
1 ball, 1 strike to Bell. The pitch high for ball 2. So now Reese Bell ahead in the count, 2-1. 1 out with 2 runners on, both in scoring position. Hellman reached on a first pitch single to left field. Ty Klaus Gissmore down 0-2 in the count, draws a walk. This pitch stays up just enough for ball 3, and now Reese Bell in the driver's seat at this at bat. 3-1 the count to the big first baseman.
Hitter's count. You kind of suspect he may try to push something into the right side.
The 3-1 pitch, and he does, but he ends up fouling it off. And that's why I parked as far away as possible.
Yeah. It was nice of the lady that was taking tickets to say, hey, where'd you park?
I was warned as I was unloading the equipment, hey, you might want to move. There's a lot of foul balls here.
Yeah, she said they had 3 broken windshields the other night.
Oh, wow. The payoff pitch. It's high, ball 4. Reese Bell draws a walk. Second walk of the ball game issued by Bamberg. And that'll bring up the designated hitter, number 20, Riley Leininger. Sophomore steps in.
Says a lot about Coach V's trust in a sophomore in the DH position.
And now we'll get a timeout here from the Round Rock coaching staff. They'll go out to visit with Bamberg. We'll take a quick timeout. Be back with more Eagle baseball on SHN here in just a moment. visit over. Bamberg stays in the game. I think it was more of a, hey, settle in.
Yeah.
We got 2 games. We need you to go here.
Right.
First pitch to Leininger, up and away. 0-1 they count to the designated hitter. He steps in from the left side.
1-1. 1-0, I mean, right?
Yes.
Okay.
The 1-0 pitch, and the same result, high and outside.
Leininger has a good eye. His batting average isn't that high, but his OPS is over 700. So he does a good job at the plate of getting on base, almost 50% of the time.
The 2-0 pitch, still just high. And now a 3-0 count to Leininger.
If that bat comes off his shoulder, I'll be completely surprised.
Taken all the way, and a 4-pitch walk, and an RBI for Leininger.
Now batting number 9, Nick Silva.
As Harmon is pushed in on the walk. Then moves Ty Klaus Kissamore over to third. Reese Bell up to second. Third walk issued here in the inning by Bamberg. And that'll bring up the third baseman today, Nick Silva. Senior infielder. Steps in from the right side. Bases loaded, 1 out. This pitch on the outside corner, first called strike. 0-1 to count to Silva. Silva pitched against the Patriots the other night in the Crosstown Classic. Did a great job in his 4 innings of work. Steps back in, the 0-1 pitch. High for ball 1.
You saw in the earlier at-bat, you saw the hitters perfectly willing to swing at an early pitch, but now I think there's some breaks on these first pitch, and basically struggling with the strike zone, make him throw you a strike first.
1-1 count, Bamberg delivers. And it's on the outside corner for strike 2.
Good pitch, and you see some consistency from the umpire on that outside corner, so give it to everybody. You know where you know where he's calling it, and again, it goes back to protecting the plate.
Now a 1-2 count for Silva. Bamberg delivers. Breaking pitch stays up, and the count evens up at 2 apiece.
Nice job of laying off that pitch. That one looked like it was going to come back into the strike zone where you want to be able to really drive the baseball, but he laid off of it.
The 2-2 pitch. Swing and a miss. And Silva down on strikes
Now batting number 4,
for the second out. 2 strikeouts now for Bamberg. That'll bring up Wade Denton, the second baseman today. Denton came into pitcher in relief last night in the last inning. Did a well of a job. Came in and shut down. Pitched the third of an inning. Struck out the batter on 3 pitches. First pitch popped up over our heads, out of play. And 0-1 to count now to Wade Denton.
Denton's average is 375. His OPS is 1.194. So he's got some power. He's got the ability to put the ball in play. Good job of getting on base.
The 0-1 pitch just outside. The other batter's box for ball 1. 1-1 to count now. Bases loaded. Ty Klaus gets some more at third. Bell at second. The 1-1 pitch outside for ball 2. And Leininger down at first base. 2-1 to count now to Wade Denton. 2 outs here in the top half of the first. 1 run across for Georgetown. Bamberg comes set. Delivers the pitch. Low for ball 3. 3-1 now to Wade Denton. Chance Faltasek on deck for the Eagles.
Bamberg has got to be a little frustrated right now because there's been 3 batters in his inning he's gone up 0-2 on.
The 3-1 pitch, and Denton takes a cut, drives it down the left field line. The left fielder having to make a long run. So he was playing up and in, but that ball curls foul. So just a long strike, and the count evens up now. 3-2 on Denton. The hitter's pitch you talked about earlier, Denton took a nice hack at that one. Just pulled it foul. But like we were talking, that wind,
Yeah.
the outfielders are playing in.
You could see it push.
Yeah.
Because it started right at the left fielder, and wind just pushed it well foul.
So the runners will be off here on the pitch. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Bases loaded. Denton ready. Bamberg delivers. Called third strike. Bamberg gets out of trouble with only 1 run sacrifice there. And the bases left loaded. The Eagles, after a half an inning, 1 run on 1 hit. No errors and 3 runners left on base. After a half an inning, it's 1-0 back with more Eagle baseball on SHN. Go to the bottom of the first. Betts, Garza, and Schroeder due up for the Round Rock Dragons. Good Georgetown crowd out here today for the ball game. At least wave at the camera if you're going to stand there. I appreciate it. Parents getting all settled in. It's filling up here on the our right.
It is.
Good Georgetown crowd. Some students out today. Beautiful day for baseball. Logan Smith. First pitch is in there for strike 1 to the center fielder Betts. 0-1 to count. Logan Smith, typical everyday third baseman for the Eagles, now on the mound today. That brings Nick Silva in at third. The 0-1 pitch is low for ball 1. Evens out the count now, 1-1.
Smith attacking that strike zone right off the bat.
The 1-1 pitch, swing and a miss by Betts. Now Smith ahead in the count, 1-2.
He's got some movement on that pitch, which really makes it difficult to hit because it looks like it's starting off right down the middle of the plate and it just falls off right at the end.
1 ball, 2 strikes. The pitch fouled off into the parking lot. Car alert. Oh, off the tailgate of a Mercedes. Exactly appreciative. And I now that I realize this pitch low in the turf for ball 2 to move my truck as far as possible.
Yeah,
And I am very appreciative. I saw you back in. This one down in the turf for ball 3. So the count goes full on the leadoff hitter, Tyler Betts for the Dragons. From the right side, settles back in, Logan Smith. The payoff pitch. And a ball sent into right field high. Wind's going to push it. Klaus Kissamore in to make the catch. F9 in the book for number 1. That'll bring up the senior right fielder, number 5, Trey Garza for the Dragons. Here's our first fly ball example, Kelly. He got up in the air and it didn't go anywhere. It hung there. Klaus Kissamore with a good read on it.
It just dies up in that wind.
Logan Smith from the windup. A swing and a miss for strike 1 to Garza. Garza steps in from the right side, the right fielder. Ready. As soon as he's ready, here comes Logan Smith, the 0-1 pitch. Just low for ball 1. 1-1 the count now. 1-1 pitch. Check swing. Drives it right down the baseline, and Reese Bell right there to scoop it up. I think Garza would like to have that one back, Kelly.
Yeah, that was a, I got fooled, and now I'm protecting myself. Check swing.
3-U in the buck if you're keeping score. Reese Bell scoops it up, steps on the back for out number 2. And that'll bring up the third baseman now, number 23, Landon Schroeder for the Dragons. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. First pitch is in there for strike 1.
He is attacking that strike zone on that first pitch. He's not trying to fool anybody, and that's what we were talking about earlier. Put that ball in play and let your fielders do their jobs.
The 0-1 pitch from Smith A ground ball out to second. Wade Denton on the second hop fields it. Nice throw over to Bell at first. 4 out, number 3. 4-3 in the book. And the Dragons go in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. After 1-0, Georgetown leads it over Round Rock. Back with more Eagle baseball in a moment. Back here from the top of the second. Faltasek, Petty, and Hellman do up for the Eagles here in the second inning.
Faltasek
And
batting
they
250.
fell asleep in the booth.
Sorry about that.
Umpire turned around shaking his mask at the booth. Having a dance party out here.
Faltasek batting 250 on the season.
Faltasek does a lot of courtesy running too. That speed that he has. Takes the first pitch from Bamberg. Low and outside for a ball, and I'm not Pernika's mom, and I appreciate her coming to correct me. I felt like it was wrong because Faltasek plays football, but it's Jacob Faltasek. I was calling him Chance, and it's Chance Pernica. So, thank you. Faltasek lays off this one, and it's called a ball. Right on that line there of maybe where he's established in his high part of the zone.
The Fanpires thought that was a strike.
The 2-0 pitch fouled off. Back out of play into Dragon Stadium right behind us. 2-1 they count now to Faltasek. There was a lot of them last night in Leander. Jacob Faltasek, the left fielder today. His first at bat. 2-1 pitch from Bamberg. And Faltasek sent it down the right field line. The wind's going to play with it. The right fielder on the run. What a play there by Garza, but unable to get to it. He laid out and just missed it. So Faltasek stays alive, 2-2 count. But, boy, I tell you what, Kelly, he did not get it started at the right light pole.
Yes.
Because it just enough to go foul.
Yeah, if you hit it that high up in the air and it's not at that light pole to the right of the scoreboard on the screen, it's going foul.
So now Jake.
Especially for a right-handed batter with that spin on it.
Oh, yeah. Jacob Faltasek steps back in. 2 balls, 2 strikes, chokes up now. Bamberg sent from the stretch and delivers, and it off the end of the bat.
He's trying hard to push that ball.
Great job by Faltasek to fight that pitch off, too, right off the end cap. And drove it out of play, foul to stay alive. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
Yeah, that's a tough pitch. That's one where you're protecting the strike zone, trying to put it into play, but.
And a swing and a miss. 4th strikeout of the ballgame for Bamberg. And the first out here in the second inning, and that'll bring up number 16, Andon Petty, the center fielder. Petty will bat from the right side, the number 9 hitter. Hellman on deck for the Eagles.
It's not just the hitters that are affected with a wind like this. Of course, the fielders are affected when that ball's up in the air, but it affects the pitchers too. Maybe not so much what's happening to the ball per se, but that psychological aspect of this strong wind.
And Bamberg fires the first pitch in there. Petty takes it for strike 1. 32 pitches thrown in the first inning by Bamberg.
That's a lot.
A lot of pitches in inning number 1, though. 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss. 0-2 now the count to Andon Petty.
It looks like he's settled down a little bit, and he's hitting that strike zone like he wants to now, getting some of those pitches to do what he's wanting them to do.
The 0-2 pitch to Petty is high for ball one. 1-2 now the count. 32 pitches for Bamberg compared to 12 for Logan Smith in their first innings of work. A good quick inning there for Logan Smith for the Eagles. The 1-2 pitch fouled off into the parking lot. This one finds the grassy knoll. And Petty stays alive. 1-2.
Look how far he sets up on that rubber, on that outside. That's telling you he wants to attack that outside corner.
The 1-2 pitch. Low for ball two. 2-1 now. 2-2 now. The count to Andon Petty.
When you're wanting to stay away from the batter, if you line up out on that side, your fastball's a little more towards the outside corner, and it gives your breaking ball a little more room to work too.
2-2 pitch just into the left-handed batter's box. A little too much for ball three. But you're exactly right, Kelly. He's on the furthest first base side of that rubber.
His toe is all that's making contact with it, which is perfectly legal.
The payoff pitch in the turf for ball four. And Andon Petty draws a base on balls. The fourth walk issued by Bamberg, and that'll bring up Eli Hellman, the leadoff hitter. He's 1 for 1 in the ballgame. A base hit on the first pitch of the ballgame to left field, and came around to score the only run of the game so far.
An inning and a third, and you're back to the top of the order. That tells you, even if you're not looking at the stats, that's a lot of pitches, and he's gone full counts on a lot of batters.
Petty leads off first. The first pitch in there for strike one to Hellman. He took a pitch this at bat, unlike last at bat. Tell you what, Petty last night went 2 for 3, had 2 singles, scored a run, but had a good night in center field and at the plate, and follows that up today with a big walk. Hellman swings at this. Petty's off running. Strike two on Hellman, but Petty still second base, so now another runner in scoring position for the Eagles.
Good quick jump, and people listening in on YouTube going to get tired of hearing about it, but the wind killed that throw from the catcher.
Hellman fouls that one off down the third base line. Stays alive. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out here in the top of the second. 1-0. Georgetown put one across thanks to 3 walks and a base hit and a wild pitch.
With the speed, I wouldn't be surprised if he may even try for third.
They'll look over at Petty, throw across. 5-3 on the putout, and Petty stays put at second base. So Hellman grounds out for the second out. Schroeder did a good job there of kind of working Petty back towards second base. He has to stay put. Now 2 outs. Brings up Ty Klaus-Kisselmore. He walked in his first at bat. Left stranded at third base.
Coach Vieira likes for those base runners to be aggressive, so it'd be fun to see if he moves his runner over to third.
They check for a check swing. Check with the field umpire. He said he did not go. So ball 1 to Ty Klaus-Kisselmore. 1-0 the count. One 1-0 pitch. Catches the inside corner on the breaking ball. Evens up the count at 1-1.
Kind of a delayed called strike, but that pitch wasn't where the catcher wanted it, but it was right in the strike zone.
Look back towards second. Petty is back on the back. 1-1 to count to Ty Klaus-Kisselmore, the right fielder. Bamberg delivers. And Ty lays off, and it's called strike 2 on the outside corner. And there he is, Kelly.
Yep.
Bamberg setting up on the outside part of the plate, the first base side of the plate, hitting that outside corner. Now 1-2 the count to Ty. The 1-2 pitch. Klaus-Kisselmore on the ground towards third. Schrader fields it and makes the throw over, pulls the first baseman off the bag, but he's able to tag Klaus-Kisselmore out before reaching the base. And the Eagles are down here at the top of the second. No runs, no hits, no errors, one runner left on base. After an inning and a half, it's still 1-0. Georgetown leads it. Back with more Eagle baseball in a moment. Back here from the bottom of the second inning. 2 up for the Round Rock Dragons. Sakura, Freed, and Bible. Sakura, the shortstop, steps in from the right side. The 4, 5, and 6 hitters for the Dragons. The first pitch from Logan Smith. Fly ball. Started into center field, but Wade Denton will catch it on the infield dirt. F4 in the book.
That second baseman did a good job on that. I know it looks like a routine fly, but even from here you can see that ball's just moving.
And when Sakura hit it, I was like, wow, that's a good shot. And Denton started out on the grass, but halfway in the infield makes the catch for out number 1. Logan Smith working efficient. 12 pitches in the first inning, 1 pitch, 1 out here. And I jinxed it. He threw that one outside off of Mazik's glove for ball 1. In steps the catcher, Drew Freed.
Logan works quick, and I love seeing that in a pitcher.
The 1-0 pitch, and a ball sent into right center field. Petty is already shading towards the right with this wind and makes the catch in right center field for out number 2. F8 in the book, and 3 pitches, 2 outs for the Round Rock Dragons here. In the bottom of the second, in steps the designated hitter, Grant Bible, number 9, the 6 hitter for the Dragons from the right side, which is so right. I love efficient, quick pitching. Low pitch for ball 1. And now make sure I straighten that comment. Not quick pitching people, but working quickly in an efficient manner. These are long baseball games, but the Eagle pitching staff as a whole has genuinely work ready. They're ready to go. The 2-0 pitch, now 3-0 the first time for Logan Smith.
Sometimes at this level, these kids watch these major league pitchers with their quirks, and you see quirkiness sometimes. I get it. You get into a rhythm and your pre-pitch routine, but
Bible went to toss the bat there on the 3-0 pitch. The umpire took his time and called strike 1. 3-1 pitch in there for a called strike. But it seems like that's been coached out of this team.
yeah.
Coach Vieira has coached out these pitch. Logan Smith's ready. As soon as Bible gets set, he's on the way, and I love it. 3-2 pitch. Just misses low for ball 4. The first walk issued in the ball game for Logan Smith.
Well, and him working this quickly, this efficiently, tells you that he and the catcher are on the same page. They know what's coming. They've done their scouting. They know what they want to throw to these batters. And there's no delay. He looks over, gets the sign from Coach V, sends it out to the pitcher, and off we go.
1-0, or 1 ball now. The pitch stayed high. The pitcher in Bamberg steps in, batting for himself today from the right side. 1-0 pitch, and that'll hit Bamberg. He'll go down to first base. Now, first 2 base runners of the day for the Dragons.
It's tough. You had 2 outs, and now you got 2 guys on base that hit by pitch. Can come back to bite you, but it extends the inning for the Dragons whenever Logan was working very efficiently, got those first 2 batters just quickly. Now he's in a bit of a bind. We'll see what he does.
Tyler Teets comes into courtesy run for the pitcher Bamberg. In steps number 11, Brandon Newton. Newton, the left fielder for the Dragons.
Got a nice group watching on YouTube. Let us know where you're watching from, where you're checking in from in the chat.
2 outs here in the bottom of the second. Runners on first and second. A walk and a hit batter with 2 outs. Brings up Newton for the Dragons. Logan Smith, he'll turn back, look at second base. Sakura gets back without a throw. Sakura down at second base. Correction, Bible down at second base. Teets down at first. Smith set from the stretch. The first pitch to Newton. And there for strike 1.
Nice pitch. Fooled the hitter.
No balls and 1 strike. The pitch, swing and a miss for strike 2. So you love the response from Logan Smith here.
Yeah.
The first time really to get himself in any kind of trouble. Gets 2 runners on with 2 outs and settles in quickly here to Newton.
Yeah, he pulled a string on that pitch and just dropped the bottom out of it.
The 0-2 pitch.
Ooh.
Just outside for ball 1. Beautiful 0-2 pitch right there. If you get the corner, you strike him out. If you don't, it's 1-2. It's not a pitch that any hitter really is going to have a chance to drive.
Yeah, if he tries to put a bat on that one, he's going to send it on the ground to the right side, but that's what you wanted right there.
And instead, you get the strikeout swinging. First strikeout of the ball game for Logan Smith, and the Dragons go quietly here after 2 outs and a hit batter and a walk issued, and they go without any more noise. No runs, no hits, no errors. 2 runners left on base. After 2 innings, it's 1-0 still. Georgetown leads it over Round Rock. Back with more Eagle baseball in just a moment. Go to the top of the 3rd inning. 1-0. Georgetown leads it. 1 run, 1 hit, no errors. For the Eagles, no runs, no hits, no errors. For the Round Rock Dragons, Mosick, Bell, and Leininger. 2 up for the Eagles here in the top of the 3rd. Mosick from the left side, readies. Bamberg still on the mound for the Dragons. First pitch and a ball sent into center field. Center fielder bats, calls for it, makes the catch for out number 1. F8 in the book for out number 1. That'll bring up Reese Bell, the first baseman. Bell walked in his first at bat, left stranded at second base. Steps in here with 1 out in the top of the 3rd.
May just be a personal preference, but I like seeing a team that'll jump on a first pitch.
Bell takes this one for strike 1. Yeah, just that aggressive approach to make the pitcher then think, what do I do? And makes him think more when you've got a team that's willing to jump out and take cuts. Outside corner, strike 2.
Cliff Gustafson, the former Longhorn coach, he was notorious for sending his batters to the plate and making them take a ball, but making the pitcher throw a strike before his batters would swing. Nothing wrong with that. I just like seeing, you get some good first pitches, and if you got something to hit, swing the bat.
Well, and what that did in the first inning for the Eagles, Harmon swings at the first pitch of the ball game, ends up being moved all the way around, scores the only run of the ball game. Reese Bell takes the 1-2 pitch into left center field on a line. What a good job and reaction there by Betts. Run it down and snag it. L8 for out number 2.
Center fielder's got some wheels on him. Ball got held up a little bit, but he had a good jump on it right from when the ball left the bat.
So Riley Leininger will step in here for his second at bat. Walked in his first at bat. Takes the first pitch for strike 1. From the left side, Riley ready. Bamberg delivers the 0-1 pitch. Outside, ball 1. Evens up the count now. 1-1. Two outs here in the top of the 3rd. The 1-1 pitch and a ball sent into left center field. It's a base hit. Leininger will circle around first, but he'll be held there. But a 2-out single by the designated hitter. He's reached base in both of his at-bats. And that'll bring up the third baseman, Nick Silva. He's 0 for 1 in the ball game, struck out swinging. Back in the first inning. Steps in here with 2 outs and a runner at first.
Nice little piece of hitting there and 2 outs on there. See if you can get a little rally going, maybe put another run across the plate.
Silva from the right side comes set. The first pitch is up and out for ball 1. 1-0 to Silva. You'd love to see your designated hitters perform.
Yeah.
When the coach puts that in there, a sophomore, like you said, some trust into the sophomore Leininger. This pitch low and outside for ball 2 to Silva. But last night, your designated hitter was Landon Heil. He went 2 for 2, walked, was hit by a pitch, reached base in all 4 plate appearances. And so you like that production. You have several options as a coach. When you put these different players into designated hit, Leininger stepping right up today and getting on base on his first 2 at-bats. This ball low and in the dirt for ball 3. Silva way ahead now, 3-0 the count with 2 outs. Just the second hit of the ball game. Harmon with the leadoff single in the top of the first. Leininger with a 2-out single here in the third. And this pitch low, 4-pitch walk.
And that's what you like to see, patience up there at the plate. Bamberg had started really taking command of that strike zone, and much like the Eagles' last time out in the field, 2 quick outs, and then you started getting base runners. So he's thrown a lot of pitches. We'll see how he reacts to this.
Wade Denton steps in from the right side, the left fielder. Takes the first pitch high for ball 1. Bamberg has already issued 5 walks on the day. Coming into the third inning, he'd thrown 53 pitches, a lot of pitches thrown early. And in a day you have a doubleheader, wanting to extend some innings if possible. Denton takes this breaking pitch for strike 1. Like a little backdoor slider there. But Bamberg, way on the first base side of the rubber, working the outside on these right batters. Denton fouls that one off, back to the screen.
I'm extremely thankful for that net because that was headed right towards my face.
You wore your Rockford Peaches jersey.
That's it.
Did you leave your glove at home?
Jimmy Dugan.
It's a beautiful day for baseball, folks. A little windy. Wade Denton, he'll send this one down the right field line, but that is easily going to curl out of play.
What was that?
I'm not sure, but it ricocheted over. And Denton will step back in. 1 ball, 2 strikes. With 2 outs. Here in the top of the third. Nothing else. The Eagles are making the pitcher, Bamberg, throw a lot of pitches here in the first 3 innings. Bamberg comes set. The 1-2 pitch to Denton. And he fouls it off. Back up over the press box, out of play.
He might have swung at ball 2, but protecting the plate. I'm surprised he got the bat on that ball.
Fouls it off into the catcher's mitt. And Denton down on strikes again. For out number 3. The Eagles, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 2 runners left on base. After 2.5, it's still 1-0. Georgetown over Round Rock. Back with more Eagle baseball on SHN.
guess celebrate.
The 9-1 and 2 hitters due up for the Dragons here in the bottom of the third. The first baseman, number 21, Kyle Cox, steps in for his first at bat in the 9-hole. Betts and Garza on deck. First pitch and a foul ball into the parking lot. Not sure what it hit, but it hit something. I don't know, 1 count now.
Wasn't either one of our trucks,
It
so
was not. The 0-1 pitch high for ball 1. Logan Smith, 27 pitches thrown through 2 innings. And ready to go as soon as the batter steps in there. The 1-1 pitch. And the second batter hit by a pitch by Logan Smith.
Now batting, number 15, Tyler Betts.
And here steps in the speedy center fielder, Betts, for his second at bat. Flew out to the right fielder, Klaus Kisselmore, to lead off the bottom of the first. 0 for 1 on the day. Steps in here with no outs and a runner at first. Turns, squares the bunt. This one down to the turf. Mazik with a good block. Count 1 ball, no strikes to Betts. Cox leads off first. Bell holds him on there. The 1-0 pitch and the bunt down the first baseline, but punch foul. Bell scoops that up, evens the count up. And that was like a punch bunt.
yeah.
There was no way for Betts to ever beat that out. As it rolled almost all the way to first base. Cox would have had to have been in a hurry. Bell scoops that up, makes a throw. One to 1 to count. Pick off attempt. Cox dives back in safely.
Nice move over to first.
Throw over, and it's in the dirt. Gets away from Bell. Cox is going to advance at least to second. He's looking, but Coach Carter points there. So maybe the first error of the ball game.
Sit, stay.
He won. They'll put that on Logan Smith on the pickoff attempt. Totally different effect of having a turf infield
Yep.
from the dirt and thing. You know the hop coming on the turf. Bell unable to make that scoop there. So the runner gets down to second with no outs. 1-1 to count. Betts is going to bunt. He does up the third base line. Logan Smith barehands it. He's going to have to fire and does. And a bang play, but he's called out at first. So the sacrifice bunt moves the runner up to third. Speedy Betts almost beat that one out, Kelly.
He was moving down that line, and it took a perfect throw to get him. Smith checked over at the runner to third to see if he had a chance there, but he didn't have any chance, so he had to fire a rocket over to first and was able to get it there on time. And I think it was the right call. First base coach wanted it.
First pitch to the right fielder Garza is in the dirt for ball 1.
Both these catchers have done a good job of getting down low and stopping those balls that bounce in front of the plate, and that gives your pitcher some confidence in some of those pitches that you're trying to throw something nasty up there that your catcher can stop that.
1-0 pitch fouled off. Back behind home plate. 1-1 now the count. Garza 0 for 1 in the ball game. A ground ball right to Reese Bell at first. Made the play himself there. Round number 2 back in the first inning. The 1-1 pitch. In the turf. Scoop there by Mazik. 2-1 now the count.
Both these catchers are going to go home sore today.
Doing lots of work early on. 2 balls, 1 strike. 2-1 pitch. Ground ball for a base hit in between short and third, and that'll score the runner from third base. Cox comes in to score. And the ball game is tied up. RBI single by Garza. Brings up the third baseman Schroeder. He grounded out for the third out in the first inning to Denton at second base. So now that hit by a pitch comes back to haunt you. Then the error on the pickoff attempt. Fly ball. It'll curl out of play down the first base line. Everyone watches too. It's awesome. 0-1 count to Schroeder. Garza down at first, being held on by Bell. The 0-1 pitch stays up for ball one. 1-1 to count now. Pickoff attempt. Garza dives back safely. One pitch in there for called strike two. 1-2 the count. Ground ball here. Try to get yourself out of trouble. Turn a double play. Would be good for the Eagles. Off on a run. Logan Smith steps off, fires to Denton. The ball knocked out of his glove. So give the stolen base.
And that's 2 errors on Georgetown that have put runners into scoring position. First runner comes across after the errant throw from Smith. Now you've got a guy at second. It should have been out.
Now Schroeder sends the ball into right field. Klaus Kisselmore makes the catch. He'll come up throwing. It's a beautiful throw.
Oh, wow.
But just pulls Silva far enough away that he can't put the tag on. What a throw by Ty.
That was a rocket.
So now 2 outs. F9 in the book for out number 2. Garza advances the third. So 2 big errors here in the inning. Another runner at third base. First pitch to Sikora is up for ball one. Little chin music.
You're going to come back inside on this one.
Almost hit him.
Zoinks.
2-0 the count now to Sikora. He's 0 for 1. He flew out on a ball hit to center field, caught by the second baseman in the middle of the infield. Back at his first at bat. This pitch low for ball 3. 3-0 the count. First at bat for Sikora. When he strapped that ball, I thought Petty was on the run. Didn't make the catch in the infield. The 3-0 pitch. It's inside, ball 4. 4-pitch walk.
Now batting is number 20, Drew Freed.
Second walk of the ball game issued by Logan Smith. Now runners at the corners with 2 outs, and that'll bring up the catcher, Freed.
Well, right now, Logan's just got to worry about who's at the plate. He'll give a couple of looks to the base runners, but he just needs this out to limit the damage that the Dragons can do in this inning.
Sikora down at first. Garza at third. The first pitch to Freed outside. Throw down behind Sikora. Not in time. 1-0 the count. To Freed. The 1-0 pitch. It's in there for a called strike. 1-1 the count now. Freed flew out to center field in his first at bat. 0 for 1 on the day. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. Tied up at 1 apiece. The 1-1 pitch.
Oh, nice pitch.
What a breaking ball there. Caught Freed off guard. He took the pitch there.
That was filthy. Just filthy.
Now 1-2. Freed chokes up on the bat. He's ready. Logan Smith from the stretch. The 1-2 pitch. Off the handle. Out to short. Harmon on the run. He's going to fire to first. Got him. Bang, bang play, and he's called out. What a play by the shortstop, Eli Harmon. So 6-3 on the putout. Ends the Dragon third. But not before. They get a run. On 1 hit, 2 errors, and 2 runners left on base. After 3 innings, we're all square, 1-1. Your score. Back with more Eagle Baseball on SHN in just a moment. Georgetown Eagle Band brings us back from the break. Big shout out to the Georgetown Eagle Marching Band. Band director sending us clips for us to play and highlight those band members. Love bringing the fight song, the Wonga Boom. There's so much, and they had a great year in the marching band season. So awesome to see other student athletes and participants in UIL and all the stuff that goes on at these schools and the talent that these kids have. Top of the fourth inning. Faltasek, Petty, and Hellman, 2 up. Here in the top of the fourth for the Eagles. Bamberg still on the mound for the Dragons. First pitch to Faltasek is a strike. The 0-1 pitch is low and outside for ball 1. Evens the count at 1 apiece now to Jacob Faltasek. The junior football / baseball player. The 1-1 pitch, low and outside.
Can't wait to watch him play in the fall.
Getting geared up. Spring practice starting at all the universities around, the high schools, going through their workouts. The 2-1 pitch outside for ball 3. Faltasek way ahead. 3-1 now. He's 0 for 1 on the day. Struck out swinging. Back in the second inning. The 3-1 pitch from Bamberg. Catches the outside corner for strike 2. Now a full count to Faltasek. The payoff pitch. Faltasek swing and miss on the breaking pitch. Down on strikes.
Nasty pitch. Bamberg pulled a string on that one, and the bottom just fell out. He's working that outside of that plate, and he's doing it efficiently now. Throwing a lot of pitches, but
6 strikeouts for Bamberg, 5 walks. So that there in of itself tells you a lot of pitches thrown. In steps Andon Petty. He walked at his first at bat. Stole second base, was left stranded there. Back in inning number 2. Steps in here with 1 out. Pulls the bunt attempt back forward ball 1 as it skips in. 1-0 the count to Petty. The 1-0 pitch is in there for a called strike. I think that just established the lower half of the strike zone.
Yeah.
1-1 the count. Bamberg from the stretch. The 1-1 pitch. And it's popped up, but that'll curl out of play into the stands. 1-2 now the count to Andon Petty, Eagles center fielder. 71 pitches thrown through 3 innings for Bamberg.
You know the Round Rock coach is wanting a 1-2-3 inning here. Get a little more out of Bamberg.
The 1-2 pitch to Petty. Called strike 3. 4 out number 2. 2 strikeouts in a row.
2 quick outs, but both these teams have done some damage with 2 outs in the innings.
And in steps the leadoff hitter, Eli Hellman. He's 1 for 2 in the ball game. A single and a run scored. And then he grounded out to the third baseman, Schroeder. Back in inning number 2. Steps in here with 2 outs in the top of the 4th. First pitch skips in for ball 1. I don't know if there's enough ice available for Mazik and Freed. These 2 catchers being worked here in game 1. The 1-0 pitch to Hellman. Same thing. 2-0 as it skips in to Freed, the catcher.
Yeah, and being a former catcher, you've got that gear on, but that ball just seems to find the spots that aren't covered.
Absolutely. Swing. Foul tip into the glove of Freed. 2-1 to count now. Totally understand that. It was amazing how you had so much padding on, and that ball somehow found the little crease in it where no padding was.
Yes.
That ball low and outside. Skips in for ball 3. 3-1 to count to Eli Hellman, the shortstop. Back in, ready for the box. The 3-1 pitch. Swing and a miss on the nasty breaking pitch. Bamberg not afraid to throw a breaking pitch. It doesn't matter the count.
Yeah.
That's a 3-1 pitch that if Harmon doesn't swing, it's ball 4. But he throws it and gets the batter to swing. Dirty pitch. The payoff pitch. And a swing and a miss. Harmon down on strikes. And a quick inning did the Round Rock Dragons get, Kelly. 3 strikeouts for Bamberg. And the Eagles go in order. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. After 3.5, 1-1 your score. Back for more Eagle baseball in just a moment. I think what this crowd needs is a little more Jared Frimmel. Brings the ball out. This is about when he usually gets them cheering. Waves at the crowd. Doesn't get the dance going. Last night, Jared was on point, got the crowd fired up. The Eagles started making a little comeback. Jared, an important, vital part of this Georgetown Eagle baseball team.
And has been for several years. Good to see Jake. I mean,
ground ball on the first pitch. Back to the mound. Smith up with it. Fires over to Bell at first. Not the prettiest of throws. Logan looks at his glove. But a 1 pitch, 1 out.
Something wrong with that glove.
Start. Bible, Bamberg, and Newton. Before I could even get that out, Bible grounds out 1-3 on the first pitch.
Bamberg was glad to get that quick inning. You know Smith wants one here now. Logan could use a 1-2-3 on about 4 pitches.
First pitch to the pitcher, Bamberg. Ground ball to third base. And Silva
Zoinks.
with the error. Right between his legs, under his glove. Third error of the ball game.
Right through the wickets.
E5, third error of the ball game for the Eagles. And Bamberg, and I tell you what, you get that out, Kelly, you have 2 outs with 2 pitches. And Smith was well on his way to a quick inning with reduced amount of pitches.
Yep.
Through 22 in the third inning. 49 so far in the ball game before this inning. The courtesy runner, Tyler Teets, running for the pitcher, Bamberg. In steps Newton, the left fielder. First pitch swinging. Now throw down behind Teets. Just a tad bit late. Teets came diving back. Nice throw down by Mazik.
Nice throw. Good awareness of what that base runner's doing, and he was leaning just a little too much towards the second base side, but got back just in time.
The 0-1 pitch, low and outside for ball 1. Evens up the count to Newton. Newton 0 for 1 in the ball game. Struck out swinging back in the second inning. Steps in here with the runner on first. 1 out in the bottom of the 4th. The 1-1 pitch just off the outside corner. Ball 2, 2-1 now. The 1-1 pitch. Nice pitch. Swing and a miss by Newton. And now the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. I do love that wind with the sun out today.
Oh, yeah.
The 2-2 pitch to Newton. And a ball fouled off into the parking lot. Off the grassy knoll.
Off the police car.
And it's like the movie where all the shots are hit and you see the people's heads moving back and forth. Teets will still second base. Strikeout swinging by Newton. Went around there. So the second strikeout of the ball game by Smith. For out number 2 as Teets still second base.
such a quick jump. There was little to no chance he was going to be able to get him, even with a perfect throw.
And even in this one, those balls coming out from the catcher seem to have parachutes right behind them.
Yeah.
Now steps in Cox. He reached base on a hit by pitch. Came around to score the only run for Round Rock here in the ball game. Steps in with 2 outs in the bottom of the 4th. First pitch. Just misses low for ball 1. 1-0 the count. One ball, no strikes to Cox, the number 9 hitter in the Dragon lineup. Back in from the right side. Smith looks back to second, the 1-0 pitch. It's in there for strike 1. 1-1 the count.
Makeup call.
Looked a little elevated. But now, I give it to Cox is probably standing about 6'4". He's a taller player. So his strike zone expanded a little bit there. The 1-1 pitch. Not going to happen as Logan Smith fakes towards second but doesn't throw. Teets gets back. 1-1 the count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Runner on second. Smith takes a look. Now we'll fire home the 1-1 pitch. Outside corner, strike 2. Both pitchers doing a good job of working that outside corner against these right-handed batters.
And you see him attacking it. Folks, it's a beautiful day out here at the ballpark. If you can, come out for the second game. It's a nice day to watch some live baseball.
Good crowd here from both schools.
Yeah.
1 ball, 2 strikes to the hitter Cox. He didn't like the wait, so he calls timeout and gets awarded it. So he'll step out. Smith will step off and regather.
The smart timeout call.
A lot of that went on back and forth between Leander and Georgetown last night.
And
it was getting into Caper's head, and I could hear his dad keep down there, hey, focus, focus. Timely timeouts. The 1-2 pitch, the breaking pitch, just high. Ball 2. Hellman, Mazik, several players just had timely timeouts that just Capers and the catcher assistant just didn't like. And so they did a lot of that to try to get in the head of the pitcher. The 2-2 pitch, and it's fouled off over the first base side and off the Subaru.
On that previous pitch, you could see Logan's hand really turn over on that ball, and that's why that ball came so far outside the strike zone, a little bit high, but awkward release point, but he got it better on that second pitch. I think it was the same pitch, just thrown a little bit better on that last
2-2 pitch. Logan Smith took off towards the dugout. They call it just low.
Harumph.
Oh, wow. Full count now on the first baseman, Cox. I was running towards first base with Logan. Thought that was in there. Now, 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs.
Let's see if he's frustrated.
Smith comes set, the payoff pitch, and a ball lined into center field. But Petty took about 2 steps to make it look interesting. And F9 for out number 3, and the Dragons are down here in the 4th. No runs on no hits, 1 error, and 1 runner left stranded. After 4 innings, we're square, 1-1. Georgetown coming up in the top of the 5th. Back with more Eagle baseball in a moment. go to the top of the fifth. The new pitcher in the ball game for the Round Rock Dragons. Number 12, a senior, Ashton Fisher. Now the pitcher of record for the Dragons. Bamberg leaves, throwing 4 innings, allowing 2 hits, 1 run. It was earned. Struck out 8, walked 5, 1 wild pitch, threw 87 pitches in his 4 innings of work. Fisher steps in, the right-handed pitcher. Take things over for the Dragons.
On the mound now for the Dragons, number 12, Ashton Fisher.
Fisher will square off against the 2, 3, and 4 hitters for the Eagles. Ty Klaus Kisselmore, Zachary Mazik, and Reese Bell. Klaus Kisselmore 0 for 1 on the day. He walked, was left stranded at third base, grounded out to second. Grounded out to third in his last at bat. Steps in here to lead things off in the top of the fifth. Fisher's first pitch from the stretch on the outside corner for strike 1. Gotta love the Saturday crowd.
I know.
Lots of students down on the Round Rock side. We can't really see much in the Georgetown side. Klaus Kisselmore sends one into right center field. Garza calls off Betts. The right fielder makes the catch. F9 for the first out. That'll bring up the catcher, Zachary Mazik. He's 0 for 2 in the ball game. A strikeout looking and a fly ball to center field. Steps in here with 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. May need to put a call in, Kelly, and see if we can't get us a 10.
I know.
Golly. Or just go commandeer that and in between games would be great.
My fair skin.
Mazik sends one high to right field. Garza comes in about 15 steps and makes the catch. F9 for out number 2. That'll bring up Reese Bell, 0 for 1 in the ball game. Lined out to the center fielder, Betts. And his last at bat was a nice shot to left center field. The speedy Betts cut it off. Bell walked in his first at bat, left stranded at second base. Steps in here with 2 outs in the top of the 5th. A good ball game here at Round Rock High School at Dragon Diamond. First pitch is low for ball 1. Last night we were over at the Diamond at Leander. Some genius names from some of these parks. Now pitch in there for strike 1. Fisher now evens out the count 1-1. Just didn't expect that of all things here to be the Dragon Diamond. Like Dragon's pretty intimidating, but
Sounds like an activity on the infield.
Or Dragon the Diamond. Ground ball, line drive. Sounded like a Vladimir Guerrero hit, like it skipped in and Bell kissed it off the ground, but it was a little liner just foul down the third baseline for strike 2.
Sound like when I'm hitting my metal wood off of the tee box, hit the ground first.
Hit the big ball before the little ball. That's what my dad used to say. The 1-2 pitch. Low and outside. Good scoop there by Freed to keep it in front of him. Earning his pay today on his NIL contract. They allow that in high school yet?
Not yet.
Becoming prevalent in college sports, which is wonderful to see these athletes. 2-2 pitch, outside corner, called strike 3. And a 1-2-3 inning for the Eagles here in the top of the 5th. No runs, no hits, no errors. Nobody left on base. After 4.5, 1-1, still the score. We go to the bottom of the 5th. After this, more Eagle baseball on SHN. 1, 2, and 3 hitters due up here in the bottom of the 5th for the Dragons. Betts, Garza, and Schroeder. Betts 0 for 1. Flew out to right field in his first at bat, a beautiful sac bunt. In his last at bat to move the runner. Leads things off here for the Dragons in the bottom of the 5th. First pitch fouled off. It'll curl out of play over the first base dugout where the Eagles are housed today for strike 1. Fisher came in for the Dragons. Kelly threw 8 pitches.
That's what you want from your bullpen.
You gotta love that effort there. Ashton Fisher came in and wasted no time. The 0-1 pitch to Betts, and he's gonna fist one over the head of Bell into right field, just fair. Klaus Kissmore will come in and get it quickly so Betts can't get to second. A little Texas leaguer for the second hit of the ball game for the Dragons. Now that'll bring up Garza, the right fielder. He has the only other hit in the ball game for the Dragons. He had a single in the 3rd inning, left stranded at third base.
Bell got a late jump on that one. Had no chance once he was flat-footed. Getting to that little blooper.
A runner on first with no outs here in the bottom of the 5th. Garza will square to bunt. Pitch low and outside. Mazik will throw down behind Betts, but he dives back in safely. 1-0 the count to the right fielder. I expect the speedy Betts to be off here. Got to be careful here. You lay down the good bunt. Logan Smith will throw over on the pickoff attempt. Betts dives back in safely. One and 0 to Garza from the right side. Smith from the stretch. Another pickoff attempt. Betts back standing up. Tonight, the finale. The Travis County, the Austin Rodeo Austin. Kevin
so
Fowler.
much going on in Austin this weekend.
NASCAR in town at the Coda. The pitch. The bunt attempt fouled off back to the screen for strike 1.
NASCAR, PGA at Austin Country Club.
The Dale match play down to the knockout rounds now. A lot of it was crazy. Some of the top seeds didn't even advance. Some players playing great golf. I mean, what a beautiful setting out there.
Yeah, Jordan Spieth, the hometown kid, didn't make Saturday.
The knockout rounds underway today. Now a line drive sent into center field. A diving catch by Andon Petty. He's going to throw back to first, and they'll double off. Oh, what a play.
Wow.
Andon Petty with a diving catch in center field. What a play. Put a gold star by that one.
That's the play of the ball game so far, boy. What a catch. And then a nice job of getting up and not hurrying to throw to first.
He just threw a nice one-hop throw. He had plenty of time as Betts was almost to second base by the time Petty made the catch. And nice layout, timed his dive. And, wow, what a play by the senior Andon Petty. First pitch to Schroeder. Low and outside for ball 1. That's the kind of double play you hope for as a pitcher to get help from your defense. And right there, Andon Petty doing his job.
You know, at this point, Logan's probably getting a little bit tired. That pitch count's going up now, but that'll breathe a little extra life back into the pitcher.
The 2-0 pitch. Low for ball 3. 3-0 the count now to Schroeder, the third baseman. Schroeder 0 for 2 in the ball game. The ground out and a fly out. Now ahead in the count 3-0 here in the bottom of the 5th with 2 outs. Takes this pitch all the way, and it's in there for strike 1. Andon Petty makes a great play. Help out his pitcher. Now a walk issue to Schroeder. That'll bring up Sikora. Only the 3rd walk of the ball game for Logan Smith with 2 outs.
Brandon Stovall Hawkins working down in the bullpen.
Another ground ball hit the third base. Silva Takes the hard hop. It's off his glove into left field. See if they award that a base hit or an error.
Now batting, number 20, Drew Reed.
That'd be a tough error.
They're going to call it an error on the hometown board.
Fourth one of the game for the Eagles, and you know Coach Vieira doesn't like seeing that. We said before the game started in the pregame show that this is going to be a situation where the pitcher wants the ball in play and your defense to do their thing, and one of those errors came on Logan whenever he missed the throw over to first. But the other three of that defense behind you.
That error there on Silva, his second of the ball game. Allows another base runner on. Sikora at first. Schroeder down to second. Reached on a walk, a 2-out walk. Now steps in the catcher Freed. He's 0 for 2 in the ball game. First pitch to him. Breaking pitch, catches the outside corner for strike one. 0-1 the count now. Now that play is even bigger that Andon Petty made in center field. The 0-1 pitch from Logan Smith. A breaking pitch hit down the third baseline. Silva fields it. He's going to have a long throw across the diamond, but not able to get it there in time. That'll be an infield single. And now the bases are loaded for the Dragons with 2 outs here in the bottom of the 5th.
Silva's had a tough time over there on that corner.
The designated hitter Bible will step in here.
With the runners moving on contact on that one, Silva had no chance of getting the runner at third, even though he's just a couple of steps away from the bag. There was no way he was going to be able to get his feet under him, get back to the bag on time, so he made as good a play as he could. That's got to be a hit.
I was going to say, Tyler Teets came out to run for the catcher, Freed, and that's not allowed. He's been running for the pitcher. So now they bring out a different player to run. I'm going to wait for the PA announcer to announce his name. Cade Algier.
I think the PA guy went to sleep.
Number 1, Cade comes into courtesy run. Bases loaded for the designated hitter, Bible. He steps in 0 for 1. Takes the first pitch high for ball 1. Now the Round Rock student body getting involved down the dugout, getting going. 1-0. Bases loaded, 2 outs. Swing and a miss. The count evens out at 1-1 now.
Nice pitch. You got that little breaking ball on the inside of the plate. Able to have enough movement to fool the hitter.
The 1-1 pitch. Ground ball line drive down the left field line, and it's fair. It's going to go all the way to the corner. That's going to score at least 2, now 3. Here comes Cade around all the way from first, and now headed for a triple. The throw to third, not in time. And the designated hitter, Bible, a bases clearing triple. And Round Rock takes a 4-1 lead.
Now batting, number 12, Ashton Fisher.
What a shot there by Bible. 3 RBI triple.
That one hurt.
That's going to be all she wrote for Logan Smith today on the mound. So a pitching change coming for the Eagles. We'll take a timeout, come back, give you the new information, and return to the ball game. Bottom of the 5th, 4-1. Round Rock leads it. More Eagle baseball in just a minute. back here now. Pitching change for the Eagles. Taking the mound for the Eagles is junior Brandon Stovall Hawkins, another Eagle football player.
Yeah.
He comes in relief. With the runner on third and 2 outs in the bottom of the 5th. He'll face off against Fisher, the pitcher.
So much of that damage done with 2 outs.
The 1-0 pitch, high for ball 2. 2-0 to Fisher. The 2-0 pitch from Stovall Hawkins, high for ball 3. 3-0 the count now. To Fisher.
You're going to see some dragon batters be really careful and patient. Make him throw you a strike.
The 3-0 pitch. Inside corner, strike 1. 3-1 the count now. The bases were empty with 2 outs. Schroeder drew a walk. Sikora reached on an error by the third baseman. Freed singled to below the bases. A missed bunt attempt by Fisher there makes the count full now. 3-2 with 2 outs. And then the damage done by the 3 RBI triple by the designated hitter Bible, who's now on third base with 2 outs. Hawkins comes set from the stretch. The payoff pitch. It's high and inside, ball 4.
Now batting number 11, Brandon Newton.
Newton comes into bat. He's 0 for 2 in the ball game. He struck out twice. That may not be Newton. There's going to be a courtesy runner here for the pitcher, Fisher. This will be Tyler Teets.
Brady Peters warming up in the Eagle bullpen. See how long Coach V stays with this guy.
Stovall Hawkins comes set. First pitch. Fouled off back to the screen. Heading the count to Newton, 0-1. Newton struck out twice, the 2 strikeouts that Logan Smith recorded today in the ballgame. He threw 4 2/3 innings. Double steal now, and it's going to be thrown out at home. What a play there by Harmon, the shortstop. Teets took off the throwdown. Harmon cut it off, threw it home as Bible tried to steal home. He was gunned out, so I guess you call it 2-6-2 or 6-2 on the putout on the caught stealing.
Kind of confused about that because pitcher's struggling to find a strike zone. You do him a favor running like that.
So you give Teets the stolen base because he was safe at second. But Cox was gunned out at home, 6-2. Only caught stealing. 4 out, number 3. And the Eagles, Newton will be back up in the bottom of the 6th. But after 5, it's 4-1. The Dragons put up 3 runs there in the bottom of the 5th. They do it on 3 hits. 1 Eagle error. They left 1 runner on base. After 5, it's 4-1. Georgetown trails to Round Rock. Back with the top of the 6th in just a moment. the top of the 6th inning. Fisher still on the mound for the Dragons. He'll face the 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the Eagle lineup. Leininger, Silva, and Denton. Leininger walked in his first at bat, singled, left stranded at second in his last at bat. 1 for 1 on the day. The 1-0 pitch to Leininger. Inside, ball 2. Eagles down to the last 6 outs here. Find themselves down by 3 to Round Rock, 4-1. The 2-0 pitch, inside corner for strike 1. 2-1 the count now. To Leininger, the sophomore designated hitter from the left side. The 2-1 pitch, low for ball 3.
Eagle hitters need to be really patient right now, not try to make too much happen, just chip away at this lead.
You allowed Fisher to come in last inning and only throw 8 pitches in his first inning. The 3-1 pitch, inside ball 4. Leininger, the designated hitter, has now reached base in all 3 at-bats today. 2 walks and a single. Good job by the designated hitter, Riley Leininger. That'll bring up the third baseman, Nick Silva. He's 0 for 1, struck out and walked back in the third. Fisher's already thrown 5 pitches in this inning and 1 batter, so good job of making him work. Silva steps in, the runner down at first and no outs. First pitch, Silva grounds it. It's going to get past the pitcher towards the second baseman. Silva moves down the line. It's going to be an infield single. Bradley had to try to fill it barehanded, the only shot he had there. Unable to do so. And so now, third hit of the ball game. Silva, kind of the infield single base hit. Now 2 runners on with no outs. Wade Denton steps in. Denton 0 for 2 in the ball game with 2 strikeouts. Here in the top of the 6th. Squares around the bunt early. Fisher's pitch. He pulls it back, takes it high for ball 1.
Boy, this is the start you're hoping for the Eagles.
This next pitch right here for Fisher will be as many pitches he threw last inning, and now the Eagles making him, like you said, make him work.
Yep.
Be selective. Don't force anything. Let it come to you, but progress. This pitch outside, ball 2. Good job by Denton there. So you love to see that. There's not an overreaction to giving up the 3 runs last inning. Just settling in and making things happen here. Your 5, 6, and 7 hitters doing work. The top of the 6th. Denton squares around again. The 2-0 pitch. And Denton bunts it foul.
I think that came back and hit him.
Looked like it did.
Off the bat.
Faltasek, the left fielder, on deck. Tell you what, now though, you look at it, Kelly, that play by Andon Petty, we can't talk about it enough. The gold star I put on it, right there. If he doesn't make that catch, you have 2 players on, 2 runners on, and then what all happened after that? So those 2 runs were killed by that catch and pickoff by Petty. A huge play to save it from being a 5 or 6 run inning for the Dragons. 2-1 pitch, and Denton takes a cut at the high pitch and drives it into the stands of the football field.
Dragon Stadium.
Dragon Stadium. It's a little more. But we're not at the stadium. We are at Dragon Diamond. Right behind the stadium on the campus of Round Rock High School here in Round Rock, Texas. The 2-2 pitch, low and outside, ball 3. Wade Denton, the left fielder today, or the second baseman. He played left field the other day. I apologize. He came in last night. Klaus Kissmore came in to pitch. Denton played left field. Today he's at second base in place of E.J. Davis. Denton now up. 3-2 pitch. It's high, ball 4. Bases loaded.
I'm sure that'll get a visit from the Round Rock coach.
Second walk of the inning.
Can't see down in their bullpen, so I don't know. I think they've got somebody working down there, but
Jacob Faltasek steps in. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame with 2 strikeouts. Nice spot here now for Faltasek, the left fielder. No outs, bases loaded, full of Eagles. First pitch, low outside, ball one. Patience a key here, Kelly, like you talked about, first thing out of the box. And you're making Fisher now have to work.
Right. Now the pressure's on him. Make him throw a perfect pitch. He's struggling a little bit with the strike zone. Make him throw a pitch that you want to hit.
The 1-0 pitch. It's inside, ball two to Faltasek.
I'm camping those bats on the shoulders until he throws one.
Exactly. You got to thank Coach Vieira's giving him the hard court. You've got 2 walks and a base hit in this inning so far. A lot of pitches being thrown by Fisher early here in this inning. 2-0 pitch is high, ball 3.
Catcher trying to frame it and get the call, but.
And you got to think, you're Fisher on the mound now. The pressure, like you said, is on him. That strike zone seems to be the smallest it's ever been.
Yeah. Seems like the size of a grapefruit right now.
Last inning, he struck out 1 and had 2 pop-ups. He walked another batter on 4 straight pitches. Faltasek with an RBI on the walk. And in steps the Gold Star recipient today. Andon Petty, where he could do some damage.
Nobody out. Bases loaded. Lead's cut in half.
4-2 your score. The Eagles, bases loaded still. No outs here in the top of the 6th inning.
Well, if he could drive
now
something.
the timeout comes out of the Dragon dugout.
If he could drive something down that right field line.
Plenty of room. So we'll see if there's a pitching change. We'll take a quick timeout. Be back with more Eagle Baseball on SHN. I figured. I was just curious. In steps Andon Petty after the visit from the Dragon coaching staff. Fisher stays in the game. Petty takes the first pitch for a strike. Petty 0 for 1 in the ball game. He walked, stole second, left stranded in the second at second base back in inning number 2. Struck out looking in inning number 4. Steps in here with no outs. Bases loaded. Turns around, squares the bunt, and he bunts it foul.
Nice idea.
0-2 the count now to Andon Petty, center fielder. Defensively, the highlight play of the day. Maybe the highlight play of the year I've seen watching these since district started. Petty making that catch right there and then making a good throw for Reese Bell to scoop out to double off the Speedy Betts was just huge in that last inning.
And it's one of those plays where he didn't make the catch and then come off his feet. He came off his feet to make the catch.
And there he gets to the base. Does it drop? It does, and it gets past the right fielder. 1 run is in. Here comes number 2. Petty's going to stop between first and second. 2 runs will score. We're tied up, and runners on the corner. And Andon Petty keep putting stars by his name. What a game for the center fielder. A big base hit there. And the game tied up. The Eagles answer quickly. 3 runs of their own here in the top of the 6th to even this game up at 4 apiece.
And no outs.
No outs, runners on the corners, and that's going to be all for Ashton Fisher. We'll take a quick timeout. Back with more Eagle Baseball in just a moment. back here at Dragon Diamond on the campus of Round Rock High School. We're still in the top of the sixth, 4-4. Base runners on the corners, first and third, no outs. In the pitch for the Dragons is a senior, number 13, Andrew Harden. He comes in to face off against Eli Hellman, the leadoff hitter for the Eagles. Pickoff move. Harden fakes the third, throws the first. And Petty still second base. He beats the throw. Now 2 runners in scoring position. What a job there by the speedy Petty. Give him a stolen base. And now you got runners on second and third, no outs. Eli Hellman up to bat. He's 1 for 3 in the ball game. A single. Came around to score the first run of the ball game. A ground out and a strikeout. Steps in here with runners on second and third, no outs. Top of the sixth. The Eagles have answered to tie it up here in the sixth. Hellman takes this pitch on the outside corner for strike one. 0-1 the count to Eli. Klaus Kisselmore, Mazik. The next 2 batters in the Eagle lineup due up here in the 6th inning. Best thing about Petty getting that stolen base, now the double play not in effect. Hellman holds off and takes this one for strike 2. All of a sudden, the Eagle crowd up and going. Ball game tied on a 2 RBI single by Andon Petty. Harden, the 0-2 pitch. Strike 3 called on Hellman. Throw down behind Faltasek. He kind of took his time getting back to the bag.
Nice pitch. Nice job of coming in with runners in scoring position. 2 runners in scoring position coming in. 3 pitches, 3 strikes. Have a seat.
Good morning, good afternoon,
and good night.
So a 3-pitch strikeout to Hellman. That'll bring up Ty Klaus Kisselmore, the right fielder for the Eagles. 1 out. Runner still on second and third. Ty from the right side. Harden, the right-handed pitcher. The bunt out down the right first base line, but it's going to trickle foul. Good thought there.
Boy, if he had kept that fair, that was going to be a tough play to get anybody out.
Because the first baseman had crashed. The second baseman, Bradley, really had a delayed go towards first. Ty, quick runner, comes out of that box and gets past Cox at first. He may have been safe, and Faltasek was almost at the plate. But now it's 0-1 to Ty. 0 for 2 on the day is Ty. Reached on a walk in the first inning. Now Harden will step off. Reset himself.
Where's that pitch clock?
Looking for the little monitor. I don't see one. Harden comes set from the stretch. The 0-1 pitch to Ty. Breaking pitch. Low for ball 1. Good eye there by Ty.
Yeah, that was a good pitch. He just barely missed the strike zone, but it was a great pitch. A lot of movement on it.
1-1. The count to Klaus Kisselmore. Runners on second and third. The 1-1 pitch. And he fouls it off to the screen. 1-2 now, the count. To the right fielder, Ty. Ty almost threw the runner out. Tagging up from second earlier. Nice throw. Silva just about a foot away. Unable to tag the runner as he slid in. But a throw from, you like to see the arms there. From Klaus Kisselmore in right and then Petty in center. Yeah, Petty was in full extension. He made that catch. He timed it just right to dive.
He did. That was a beautiful play. I love seeing those kind of plays.
The 1-2 pitch fouled off. Ty stays alive. 1-2 as Freed will go out to talk to Harden. Make sure they got their signal straight. Zachary Mazik, catcher on deck for the Eagles. 1 run in the first, 3 here in the top of the 6th for the Eagles. 4 runs on 4 hits. They've committed 4 errors. The Dragons had 1 run in the third. They put up 3 in the bottom of the 5th, so you love to see the way these Eagles have responded. Kelly here in the top of the 6th, and now still pressure on. Runners on second and third with 1 out.
And the Eagle hitters have done a good job of being patient, making the Dragon pitchers throw them strikes, and it has produced these runs in this inning.
The 1-2 pitch, swing and a miss. Klaus Kisselmore down on strikes. 4 out number 2.
He did him a favor on that one. Got fooled by the breaking pitch.
And now in steps the catcher Mazik. 0 for 3 on the day.
turn something down that left field line.
He said here we'll score 2 runners. First pitch to Mazick. Breaking pitch in there. Tell you what, this Dragon pitching staff not afraid to throw breaking pitches on any count.
Yeah.
You see him on a 3-1 count. You see him on a no count, a no ball, no strike, first pitch. That one stayed high. 1-1 now to Mazick. Mazick, the left-handed hitter. Harden, the right-handed pitcher. He's towing up just like Bamberg on the first base side of the rubber.
Yeah, even with a left-handed batter.
The 1-1 pitch to Mazick. Swing and a miss. Strike 2.
Yeah, and he's got enough movement on his pitches where it's keeping the Georgetown hitters off balance since he's come into the game.
1-2 pitch. Fly ball fouled out over towards Dragon Stadium.
I looked up to see if that was coming back at us, and my retina slammed shut because I looked right at the sun.
What a beautiful day. Not a cloud in the sky, unfortunately.
I know. It's like I'm at a NASCAR race. My legs are getting.
This knee's burnt. This elbow, yeah. The 1-2 pitch to Mazick. It's in the turf. Evens up the count now, 2-2. The 2-2 pitch. Ground ball. If it's going to get past the diving Bradley into center field. 1 run is in. Around third comes Petty, and he'll score. A 2 RBI single for Zachary Mazick. And the Eagles take the lead back. Kelly, what a job there. He was down 0-2 in the count.
And it wasn't a bad pitch. Fisher got through the pitch he wanted. Mazick was just able to do something with it and did a good job of just putting that ball in play. Hit them where they're not.
Bradley laid out just outside the reach of his glove into center field. 2 out, 2 RBI single by the catcher Mazick. And the Eagles take the lead 6-4 here in the top of the 6th.
5 runs in the inning. 3 came with no outs. 2 have come with 2 outs.
In steps Reese Bell, the cleanup hitter. First pitch, it's a ground ball down the third base line. The third baseman Schroeder up with it, tries to make the throw on the run. But he does, but it was right up the line, and they collided with the glove of Cox, and that's going to allow the courtesy runner in place of Mazick to come all the way around and score. Number 17, Daniel Howe, running for Mazick, came all the way around on that. He was off on the crack of the bat. The throw from Schroeder pulled Cox up the line, and when he went to make the catch, he and Reese collided with his glove, and the ball went up the right field line.
When Schroeder was making the exchange from the glove to the throwing hand, he bobbled it just for a second, had to rush that throw some, and that's what you see a lot of times whenever you make that mistake.
Leininger into bat for a second time here in the 6th inning. Fouls the first pitch off. 0-1 to count. So Reese Bell reaches on an error by the third baseman Schroeder. First error of the ball game. Charge to the Dragons. But more importantly, it accounts for another run. 7-4 your score now. This pitch up for ball 1. 1-1 to count to Leininger. The designated hitter has reached base in all 3 appearances. 2 walks and a single.
That sends that OBP up.
Leininger, the lefty, settles in, waits for Harden. Harden now set, takes a look back at Bell. He'll deliver the 1-1 pitch. Leininger flies it up and down the third base line, but it curls out of play. Now 1-2 the count. Riley Leininger, the sophomore designated hitter today, doing his job. Steps in here. Walk to lead off this top of the 6th inning. Came around to score. Steps in here again, the 10th batter of the inning for the Eagles. 6 runs to answer the 3. Takes this one outside. Count evens up at 2 apiece now. Leininger, a very patient hitter. You'd love to see that.
All the Eagles really have been in this inning. The second out came with a kind of doing you a favor swing.
2-2. And Leininger chases the high heater, strikes out for out number 3. But the Eagles answer the challenge by the Dragons in the bottom of the 5th. The top of the 6th, the Eagles put up 6 runs. They did it on 3 hits, 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. After 5.5, 7-4, Georgetown leads it over Round Rock. Back with more Eagle baseball in just a minute. We go to the bottom of the 6th inning. In steps the 8, 9, and 1 hitters for the Dragons. Newton, Cox, and Betts. Newton, the left fielder, 0 for 2 in the ballgame. Steps back in here. First pitch fouled off, back to the screen, strike 1. Stovall Hawkins back in to pitch for the Eagles.
I miss Doppler Dave.
It's not the same. This pitch, low and outside off the glove of Mazik for a ball. 1-1 the count.
Need the band back together.
Somebody warming up down in the Eagle bullpen. So we go to the bottom of the 6th, 7-4. The Eagles 6 runs in the top of the 6th inning. Stovall Hawkins lost this one. Up over the head of Newton. Ball 2.
Landon Heil warming up.
Down the first base line in the Eagle bullpen. Stovall Hawkins, this pitch. Fouled off down the third base line into the Dragon Stadium stands for strike 2. 2-2 the count now. Newton steps back in. 2 balls, 2 strikes, no outs here in the bottom of the 6th. Stovall Hawkins from the windup. The breaking pitch outside corner called strike 3. What a pitch. Newton down on strikes for the 3rd time of the ball game. That'll bring up the first baseman, Tyler Cox. He's 0 for 1 in the ball game. Hit by a pitch, came around to score. The first run of the game for the Dragons. Flew out to Klaus Kisselmore in his last at bat. Steps in here from the right side with 1 out in the bottom of the 6th. First pitch, ground ball to third base. Silva on a hop, throws across the bell at first base for the putout. 1 pitch, and out number 2. 5-3 in the book, and that brings up the top of the lineup. The center fielder, Betts, steps in. 1 for 2 in the ball game. He also has a sack bunt. Bet steps in here with 2 outs in the bottom of the 6th inning. Tell you what, the Eagles came up to bat. Said they were down to their last 6 outs. They took all advantage of the 3 in the 6th inning.
They did.
First pitch inside for ball 1 to Betts. 1-0 the count. A 1-0 pitch. Foul ball down the right field line. Curls out of play into the parking lot. Evens the count at 1 apiece. Just hoping they have some iced tea left after this one.
Mm-hmm.
Looks good about right now.
And some chicken.
The 1-1 pitch. And a ball sent into right field. Klaus Kissamore to his right, about 10 steps, makes the catch. 4 out, number 3. The Dragons go in order here in the bottom of the 6th. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. We go to the 7th inning, 7-4. The Eagles lead it over Round Rock. Back in a minute with more Eagle baseball on SHN. Go to the top of the 7th inning. 6, 7, 8 hitters due up for the Eagles. They all did some work in the top of the 6th. Silva was the second batter in the 6th inning. He followed up a walk by Leininger with a single of his own. Came around to score. Steps in here to lead things off against the new pitcher, Tyler Teets, the junior. First pitch low for ball 1. 1-0 the count. Nick Silva, the third baseman, from the right side. The 1-0 pitch and a ground ball out towards short. Sikora up with it, throws across to Cox. He digs it out. And Silva down on it for out number 1, 6-3 in the book.
Nice stretch by the first baseman, reaching out, scooping that ball up.
Using every bit of that 6-foot-something frame there.
Tall. He is tall.
And the shortstop, tall one there too as well for Sikora. Just as tall as a first baseman. Wade Denton steps in, sends the first pitch screaming over our heads. Out of play for strike 1.
I think that shortstop's about 6'6" at $125.
He covered the ground, made a good throw there. Denton, 0 for 2 in the ball game. Walked and scored a run last inning. Sends this one into shallow right field. Second baseman calls off the right fielder, and Bradley makes the catch, F4, for out number 2. That'll bring up Jacob Faltasek. He's over 2 in the ball game. Walked, came around, score a run, got an RBI in his walk last inning. His walk forced in at Leininger from third base. So Faltasek steps in here with 2 outs in the top of the 7th. First pitch, takes it for strike 1.
Nice pitch.
Tyler Teets going after the batters here. This first inning of relief. 0-1 pitch outside. 1-1 now. The 1-1 pitch. Faltasek off the handle. Up the first base line. Curls foul. 1-2 the count now. Seeing a bag of apples. Maybe think of the old days of soccer. All in the game, we'll have Capri Suns and orange slices. Sounds good today. There'll be a 30-minute break in between the games.
Where'd you see a bag of apples?
Girl was carrying them. She left the stadium.
Oh, I wasn't paying attention.
Almost went and tried to offer $5. Sounded good. What a beautiful day. Good crowd. Eagles up in the first base dugout. The 1-2 pitch. It's ball 2.
If by apples you meant a bag of chicken strips,
Even better.
fantastic.
Be nice to talk to Coach Vieira between games. You got to love the response. Wade Denton goes and gets it off the ground. Sikora on the run, fields it, makes the throw in time. 6-3 for out number 3, and the Eagles go in order here in the top of the 7th. No runs, no hits, no errors, no runners left on base. After 6.5, 7-4, the Eagles lead it. We go to the bottom of 7th. Round Rock down to the last 3 outs to make a comeback here in game number 1. You're listening to Eagle Baseball on SHN. Okay. We go to the bottom of the 7th inning. The 2, 3, and 4 hitters do up for the Dragons. First pitch and a base hit by Garza into right center field. He'll round first, but be held up there as Petty gets it in. So leadoff man aboard here in the bottom of the 7th. That'll bring up the third baseman, Brandon Schroeder. Schroeder, the third baseman, 0 for 2 in the ball game. Walked, scored a run back in the 5th inning. Steps in here with no outs and a runner on first. First pitch high for ball 1. 1-0 the count to Schroeder. The 1-0 pitch outside for ball 2. 2-0 now to Schroeder.
Sorry, I'm falling down on my job here, folks.
Naps allowed in the beautiful Saturday afternoons. The 2-0 pitch for Schroeder, and he hits it into left field. It's going to be down. Faltasek up with it, gets it in. So Garza advances to second base. So now runners on first and second. See who it is pitching. Can't tell if it's still Stovall Hawkins. But now to bring up the first baseman, or shortstop, Sikora. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame with a walk, scored a run, reached on an error in his last at bat. No outs here in the bottom of the 7th. Pitching now for the Eagles. It's going to be number 18, Brady Peters. So Peters in to pitch here in the bottom of the 7th. First 2 batters aboard with singles. First pitch to the shortstop, Sikora. Breaking pitch in there for strike 1. Single to right center and a single down the left field line. As the first 2 runners aboard for the Dragons. Trailing 7-4. The 0-1 pitch, Sikora, sky ball. Mazik, what a job behind the plate. That may be Pernica.
It's a big out.
I believe that's Pernica who came in to catch. And he followed that one in foul territory behind home plate and makes the catch. Everyone up here scrambling because we lost
Couldn't
it
see
in
it in the sun.
And Pernica, what a job.
I'm just protecting the computer.
Makes the catch for a big out. F2 in the book. That brings up Freed, the catcher. He's 1 for 3 on the ball game. First pitch to him. Check swing, foul ball. 0-1 the count to him. Freed had a single and scored a run in the 5th inning. And I believe that is Chance Pernica behind the plate. What a job there. Coming in and making the tough catch. 1 out. The 0-1 pitch to Freed. Inside. Chin music there from Peters. 1-1 the count now to the catcher, Freed.
Lucky that ball didn't hit him. Don't need another base runner. 3-run lead.
A dangerous designated hitter on deck. The 1-1 pitch. Sent into center field. And Petty makes the catch for out number 2. Gets it in quickly. No runners can advance. F8 in the book for out number 2. Bible. Known for the 3 RBI base clearing triple. In his last at bat that did the damage with 2 outs in the 5th inning for the Dragons. Steps in here. Same scenario, down. 2 outs. The final out now. Bible steps in. The pitch from Peters. Breaking pitch stays high. Bible stepped in with 2 outs there in that 5th inning and just sent a screamer down the left field line. All the way to the corner to the wall for a 3 RBI triple. Down by 3 here. 2 runners on, first and second. Peters delivers the 1-0 pitch. Oh, beautiful pitch. In there for strike 1. 1-1 to count. 2 outs here in the bottom of the 7th. The Dragons down to their final 2 strikes. Ground ball out towards third. Silva, the scoop on the short hop, fires across, and that's the ball game. Silva answers a couple of errors with a couple of good plays in the last inning, 2 innings. 5-3 on the putout. And that'll end the ball game. 7-4. The Eagles take it. Kelly's going to try to go down to the field and visit with Coach Vieira in between games. He's going to talk to Coach Carter. We'll have about a 30-minute break. The Eagle hitters respond when they needed it the most. The 6th-run, 6th inning to respond to the 3 runs put up by the Dragons in the bottom of the 5th. And they take the ball game 7-4 over Round Rock. Harmon went 1 for 4, scored a run. Klaus Kissamore 0 for 3 at the walk, 1 for 4 for Mazik. More importantly, Mazik had a 2 RBI single in that one hit he had, scored a run. Did that with 2 outs in the 6th inning. 0 for 3 for Bell, but he had a base on balls as well. Leininger 1 for 2, but he walked twice, scored a run. Silva went 1 for 3. He had a walk and scored a run. Denton 0 for 3, walked once, scored a run. Valtasek 0 for 3, had an RBI on his base on ball, scored a run. And then Andon Petty 1 for 2, 2 RBIs, a stolen base and a walk, but Andon Petty had the defensive play of the game that made a huge difference with no outs in the 5th inning. Had a runner at first and a line drive shot hit out of center field. Petty lays out, makes the catch, and then doubles up the runner at first to get the first 2 outs of the inning. And those came in to be the most valuable outs because the Dragons put up 3 runs after that on the 3 RBI triple by Bible with 2 outs. So those 2 outs were big to keep more runs off the board, and that allowed the Eagles to come from behind and get the win 7-4 over Round Rock here in Game 1. We'll take a 30-minute break, come back for Game 2, but we're going to wait just a second. We'll take a short break, see if Kelly can get a word with Coach Vieira before we sign off here on Game 1. Be back in just a moment on SHN. We'll go down to the field, Mike. Kelly, as Coach Vieira.
You got us?
We got you.
All right, I'm down here with Coach Jordan Vieira. Coach, big 6th inning brings the victory for you. Talk about this game a little bit.
Yeah, so it came out slow. Their guys did a really good job of attacking the strike zone early and putting us in down counts and allowing us to have to be behind quite a bit. And they did a really good job. Then we finally made an adjustment, decided we were going to attack fastballs early in counts, and good things started happening. Started putting pressure on the defense, letting our base running start to take over. All the little stuff that we're constantly trying to attack on. So they did a really good job in the 6th inning.
So early in the game, it seemed like your hitters weren't waiting on a strike. They were attacking first pitches sometimes, and then in that 6th inning, it seemed like they were making the pitcher throw a strike before they did anything, and they were really patient, which loaded the bases and big inning.
Right. So we finally started executing our plan a little bit better, and it was just overall a quality adjustment by our guys. Asked them to make a couple adjustments, and they were able to do it. So
yeah, we saw one of the best plays of the season out there at center field on that diving catch. That was big.
Amen.
How'd that affect things from then on?
So that's a big momentum play for us, especially whenever you get a guy like Andon Petty who can just run around and get almost everything in center field. That guy's one of the best center fielders I've ever been around. And for him to go make that play and get the ball in, have the wherewithal to attack and get the out of first base and double it up is a big play for us. That's a huge momentum play, coming back in the dugout, trying to get the bats back rolling. So big play.
How do you attack Game 2?
Game 2, go back at it again. Do what we do, try and control the next 200 feet, win it 1 pitch at a time.
There you go, Coach. Thanks a lot. Appreciate it. Congrats on the win.
Thanks,
Good
sir.
to see you.
All right, guys, we're going to go and take our break now. About 30 minutes, we'll be back for game number 2 here at Round Rock High School. The Eagles take on the Dragons one more time here on Saturday afternoon. Thanks for listening in. We'll be back shortly with more baseball here on SHN. the top of the first inning here for game number 2, Georgetown. At Round Rock, the first pitch, Eli Hellman leads it off. He'll take the first pitch for a strike. This pitch in the turf for ball 1-1. Cade Allgaier, the pitcher for the Round Rock Dragons. 1-1 count to Eli Hellman. Shortstop for the Eagles leads it off. This ball in the turf again. 2-1 now, the count to Hellman. The 2-1 pitch. Hellman grounds it towards third. The third baseman up with it. The throw across in the dirt. Can't be scooped there. Hellman circles first. He'll head to second base. And he'll circle second. They're sending him all the way to third. The throw on the way across. And Hellman will run in, and he's safe. Steps on the bag at the time of the tag. Called safe. So that error comes out to haunt the Dragons. E5 on the throw from Tyler Teets. Unable to be scooped out at first base. Now Ty Klaus Kisselmore steps in. First pitch, swing and a miss to Ty. 0-1 the count here in the top of the first. This one down in the turf. Nice scoop by the catcher, number 29, Cole Cravens. Keep that one in front of him. 1-1 the count now to Klaus Kisselmore. Swing and a miss, strike 2. 0-2 the count. Or 1-2, I apologize. Ty hits this to left field, the fly ball. Catch made. Hellman will tag up at third, and he'll score easily. And the Eagles take a 1-0 lead. The sac fly to left field by Ty Klaus Kisselmore. For out number 1. In steps Reese Bell, number 25, the first baseman. First pitch in there for strike 1. The 0-1 pitch on the outside corner, strike 2. Bell behind in the count now, 0-2. On deck, Landon Heil for the Eagles. This one misses for ball 1. 1-2 now, the count to Reese Bell. This one down in the turf. For ball 2. 2-2 now, the count to Bell. The 2-2 pitch. Bell fouls it off. Someone wore that one. Some car wore that one out in the parking lot. Bell stays alive, the 2-2. And he fouls it back to the net for another foul ball. Good at bat here by Reese Bell. Seeing some pitchers here in the first at bat. 2-2 the count, the 2-2 pitch. Up for ball 3. 3-2 now. Bell fell behind in the count, 0-2. Now has worked it back to a full count. 1 out here in the top of the first. 1 run across. The payoff pitch. And Bell fouls it back into the screen. Stays alive. Ninth pitch of the at-bat coming from the pitcher, Cade. And another car. Where's one at the parking lot? Reese Bell creating some auto body work. And he draws a walk. What an at-bat by the senior first baseman. So Landon Heil will step in here for the Eagles. Riley Leininger on deck for the Eagles. Bell leads off first. The first pitch into Heil. Base hit down the third base line right over the bag. Bell around second. He'll head to third. This one's all the way to the corner. Bell being waved around third. Now he's being held up there. That'll be a double for Landon Heil. What a shot. Down the third base line right over the bag. So runners on second and third after the one-out double by Landon Heil, and that brings Leininger up to bat. Andon Petty on deck now for your Eagles. Leininger, the lefty, face off against the lefty pitcher, Cade, on the mound. One out, runners on second and third. The first pitch to Leininger, it's up for ball one. Bell got his walk on a 10th pitch. This one fouled back to the screen, evens out the count at 1-1. And then Landon Heil doubles down the left field line on the first pitch of the at-bat. Leininger steps in, runners on second and third, one out here in the top of the first. One run across already for the Eagles. Hellman reached on an infield, on an error by the third baseman, Teets. The 1-1 pitch in the turf. 2-1. Count to Leininger. He went 1 for 2 in the first ball game. Walked twice, scored a run. This pitch low. Ball 3. 3-1 now. The count to Leininger. Leininger will be at third base this game. Takes this pitch on the outside corner for a strike. Now the count goes full. 3-2. The payoff pitch. It's low, ball 4, and Leininger draws another walk today. And that brings up Andon Petty, the center fielder, with the bases loaded and one out here in the first inning. The Eagles trying to pick up where they left off in the 6th inning. Doing a good job. A big error to start things off by Teets, the third baseman. Allowed Hellman to get all the way to third. And he gets pushed in by the sac fly by Klaus Kisselmore. And then here we are. A walk, a double, and a base on balls to Leininger. Petty takes the first pitch low for a ball. 1-0 the count. Leininger to third base. Reese Bell will be your designated hitter. Klaus Kisselmore in left field this game. Jacob Haddon will be on the mound for the Eagles. This pitch low for ball 2. 2-0 to Andon Petty. The 2-0 pitch. Andon Petty grounds it down to Teets at third. He's coming home with it. He's out at home. And that'll be the second out of the inning. Unable to get Petty at first. So the fielder's choice cuts down the runner at home. 5-2 on the putout for the second out of the inning. And Petty down to first. Heil moves over to third. Leininger up to second. And in steps number 7 He is your catcher here in game number 2, Chance Pernica. Pernica will step in from the right side. Chance made a great play in the 7th inning on a pop-up behind home plate to make the catch for the out. A big out as the Eagles shut down the Dragons. And now a base hit down the left field line, just inside the bag. It'll be at least a double. 1 run in to score, 2 runs in to score. Now the 3rd runner being waved. Here he comes all the way in. He's going to slide in. And a 3-run double for Chance Pernica. He steps up and delivers it right down the left field line. What a shot by the catcher Pernica. 3 more runs across for the Eagles. Heil, Leininger, and Petty all come around to score on the double down the third base line by Pernica. That'll bring up Faltasek. Faltasek will be in left field. Correction. Trying to see my phone out here in the sun. Faltasek will be in left field. He's got 2 people in left field, so I'm not sure if Klaus Kissemore's in left or Faltasek. But Faltasek in the lineup in the 8 slot. A visitation from Coach Carter. Out to talk to Cade. 2 outs here in the top of the 1st. 4 runs across for the Eagles. Pernica has a courtesy runner down at second base. In number 17, that's going to be Daniel Howe running for the catcher Pernica. Faltasek from the right side settles in. 2 outs here in the top of the 1st. The first pitch skips in. Good block there by Cravens to keep the runner down at second base. Jacob takes this one. 4-1, 1-0 the count. Look back at second, but Howell jumps back over to the bag safely. 1 ball, no strikes. 2 outs here in the top of the 1st. The Eagles with 4 runs across here in the top of the 1st. The 1-0 pitch and a ball lifted into left field. The left fielder drifts back about 8 to 10 steps, makes the catch for out number 3. And the Eagles are down here in the 1st. But not before putting up 4 runs on 2 hits. 1 error, and 1 runner left on base. After half an inning, 4-0 your score. Georgetown leads it over Round Rock. Back with more baseball in just a moment. Now Banner hits one to right field. And it's chased down. And caught for the first out of the inning for the Dragons. Batting second is Trey Garza. Finally got some shade up here. Sorry, had to get that 10 set up. Kelly rescued us by making a run to Academy. Garza sends the ball down the left field line, but it's going to drift foul. Nice shot, but just foul for a long strike. So Garza will return to home plate. Klaus Kisselmore made the catch in right. This pitch just misses from Haddon. 1-1 to count now to Garza. The 1-1 pitch, just low. 2-1 now, the count to Garza. Jacob Haddon on the mound. Pernica behind the plate for the Eagles. The 2-1 pitch. Garza down the third base line, and this one lands on the line fair all the way to the left corner. Garza around first. He's headed to second base. Faltasek runs it down, makes the throw in, and Garza will stand on second base with the one-out double. That'll bring up Landon Schroeder. Nice one-out double there by Garza. Schroeder steps in from the right side, Haddon the lefty from the stretch. One out here in the bottom of the first, 4-0. Fake towards second base. Garza back safely there. Wade Denton covering there at second base. Now back off the base. Haddon comes set in the stretch. The first pitch to Schroeder. And sent just over the head of Coach Carter. Down the third base line. He got out of the way quickly. 0-1 to count now. Our equipment starting to cool down immediately. Oh, there it goes, boys. And I think she's done. Oh, gosh. A pop up down the right field line. It's going to curl out of play. For a foul ball, 0-2 the count. Oh, and 2 the count. To Schroeder. This may be a one and done event. Haddon comes set, the 0-2 pitch. And Schroeder sends it into right field. Klaus Kisselmore takes a few steps back, makes the catch. Garza will tag up and move up to third base on the fly ball. F9 in the book for out number 2. Andwortha comes up to bat. Ren Andwortha. First at bat for him. The lefty will step in. First at bat against Haddon. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. Garza tags up, moves up to third with 2 outs. First pitch on the outside corner. Strike 1 from Haddon. And Andwortha hits it up the middle. Denton can't get to it in time. He goes into center field for an RBI single by Andwortha. No. So a one-out RBI single by Andwortha. Scores Garza from third. Throw back to first. Wren back in safely. The first pitch to the batter, also Brooks, is inside for ball one. Also Brooks takes this pitch for strike one. 1-1 the count. Haddon takes a look at first, now throws. Pitch just low for ball two. 2-1 the count. The 1-1 pitch fouled off back to the screen. Or the 2-1 pitch, I apologize. 2-2 now, the count to also Brooks. That was interesting. As the shelter half went flying.
Yeah, great deal of thanks to some of the bystanders, and I'm sorry to the lady who got hit right in the face with our canopy.
Oh, is she okay? I hope.
Yeah, she says she is. She was laughing.
Pitch outside, full count now for also Brooks. The number 5 hitter in the lineup for the Dragons. The 3-2 pitch is outside, ball 4. And a 2-out walk issued here. Now runners on first and second. Tyler Teets comes up to bat, the third baseman for the Dragons. Steps in with runners on first and second. 2 outs here in the bottom of the first. 1 run across for the Dragons. Look back at second. Now Haddon, the first pitch. And Teets hits it right up the middle. Denton will cut it off, make the throw on the run, but it pulls the first baseman off. Back to the fence. Here comes the runner around third to score. And Round Rock reaches on the error.
Now batting, number 2, Braden Best.
Landon Heil unable to get that. Denton through on the run. Looks like they're going to give it a base hit. Nope. Let's see here. They haven't scored it up there on the board.
Should be a base hit and then maybe a throwing error for the run score.
But that'll bring up number 2, Braden Best. That's the designated hitter. Pickoff attempt. Teets dives back in safely. Runners on the corners, 2 outs. Look to bunt, but it's fouled off back to the screen. And the count now 0-1 to Best.
Wind's picking up. We see if this tie down job worked.
Beautiful day and nice gusty wind. The shade is highly appreciated.
Yes, yes it is.
It was
I don't do much right, but
Whew.
at least
got a sunburned left kneecap.
Look at that.
The 0-1 pitch, low and inside for ball 1. 1-1 to count to Best. Pickoff attempt over to first. Teets back in safely. 1-1 to count to Braden Best. He's in there with 2 outs. Runners on the quarters, 4-2 the score. And Braden Best fouls it off down the right field line. But it's going to get out of play into the bullpen area. So now the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes to the designated hitter. The catcher Cravens on deck for the Dragons. 1-2 pitch, pickoff attempt to first. They've got the runner in the rundown. They're going to focus on that while the runner at third base stays put. Now they're going to throw home. Landon Heil hits the catcher and the tag out. Pernica gets the runner at home. What a job there. Haddon went to pick off the player at home, or at first, to get that rundown to try to score. Also Brooks from third base. Coach Carter arguing with the home plate umpire. But a beautiful play there. Landon Heil hung on to it just enough at first base. Saw also Brooks take off for home, threw home, and Pernica grabbed it and tagged him out. So the put out at the plate, and the first inning comes to an end for Round Rock. But they scored 2 runs on 2 hits. And I believe they're going to give the one error on the Eagles. But after one, 4-2, Georgetown leads it over Round Rock. Be back with more Eagle baseball in just a moment. We go to the top of the second inning. The 9-1-2 hitters due up for the Eagles. Denton, Hellman, and Klaus Kissamore. Wade Denton, the second baseman, steps into bat here. A new pitcher in for the Dragons, Kyle Cox. Number 21 on the mound here in the second inning. Quickly falls behind 2-0 to Wade Denton. Four to 2 after one. The 2-0 pitch. Denton fouls it off. Strike one. 2-1 to count. Saw more scoring in the first inning of this game than you did the first 4 innings of last game. Both teams coming out attacking. The 2-1 pitch. Low for ball 3. Denton way ahead now. 3 balls and 1 strike. Swing and a miss. Strike 2. Wade Denton now with a full count. Leading off things here in the top of the second for Georgetown. The payoff pitch. Low and outside, ball 4. And Denton draws a leadoff walk to open up things here in the second inning for the Eagles.
Eagles jumping all over this Round Rock staff with their patience, drawing some walks and some timely hits. And, you know, the one error on the Dragons during the first inning, this is how you want to start back up, answer those 2 runs that Round Rock was able to score in their first.
Try to put pressure on this defense. Different players playing this game for both teams. So you want to put pressure on them. Denton Pitch in, low and in the turf. Good block by Cravens, but didn't steal second base. He was off and running. Hellman pulled the bat back on the bunt attempt and took it low for ball one. So 1-0 the count with a runner in scoring position. Hellman, the leadoff batter. Shortstop for the Eagles. He'll turn around and lay a bunt. Beautiful down the third baseline. Cox out to field it. The throw to first. Not in time, and it's up the line. It's a base hit single for Hellman. Now he's around second. He's headed to third. Denton scores from second easily. And Eli Hellman reaches third. Even if that throw was on time, Hellman had beat it out.
Yep.
Advances on the throw. So an infield single on the bunt.
And that was a bunt for a hit. He had every intention of doing that. Roundrock wasn't ready for it. Pitcher did a good job of coming off the mound and keeping the ball, but that's one of those that you may just want to eat it up and take the infield base hit and live to fight another day, but that pushes another run across for the Eagles.
Ty Klaus gets some more, steps in. He had a sac fly to score Hellman from third in the first inning, so he steps in with an RBI. Takes the first pitch low for ball one. 1-0 the count to Klaus Kissamore. Now a ground ball down the third base. Teets fields it. He's coming home with it. And throws it to Cravens, and Cravens tags Hellman out at plate. So Ty Klaus Kissamore reaches on a fielder's choice. Klaus Hellman cut down at home. Nice play there by the third baseman, Teets. 5-2 on the putout for the first out of the inning. That'll bring up Reese Bell. He walked down 0-2 in the count and ended up having a 10-pitch at bat and drew a walk in his first at bat, Kelly. Bell steps back in here, the designated hitter here for the Eagles in game two. One out. His second at bat takes the pitch on the outside corner for strike one. But a beautiful at bat by Bell. Got behind quickly, 0-2, and then worked his way back. 3 or 4 foul balls off course in the parking lot. But drew it all the way back to a full count and then drew the walk. Pick-off attempt back to first as Klaus Kissamore dives back in safely. Oh, and 1 to count to Reese Bell. Klaus Kissamore leads off. Bell takes a hack and another car. Just missed off the bounce. Wow. Just off the back of a Suburban 3 rows out.
Wally, I was going to say with this umpiring crew switching positions for the second game that the batters are going to have to get used to a new strike zone.
Absolutely. Different corners, different heights, different everything
right.
from one umpire to the next. Oh, 0-2 to count to Bell. He takes this pitch. They throw back behind Klaus Kissamore. Dives in safely. 1-2 now the count to Reese Bell. He fouled off 4 pitches, Kelly, to keep that bat alive after going down 0-2 in his first at bat back in the first inning.
Well, and whenever you force the pitcher to throw that many pitches in the first inning and then you hang 4 runs on him, you're going to chase him 9 times out of 10.
The 1-2 pitch, low for ball 2. 2-2 now the count. You love the patience of this big first baseman, DH Reese Bell. He does a good job. Gets behind in the count, works himself back into it. Good eye, taking pitches. Now a 2-2 count to Reese. Ty Klaus Kissamore leads off first, being held on there by Andworthia. Ty takes off. The pitch fouled off back to the parking lot. Where does this one hit? Oh, in between 2 cars and a ricochet. Oh, nice fielded play by one of the Round Rock Dragon players out shagging foul balls. But another foul ball by Reese Bell, staying alive. 2-2 the count, 1 out here in the top of the second. 5-2 your score. Georgetown leads it. Ty leads off first. Cox will step off. Now back on the mound is Cox. Gets ready. Ty leads off first base. Pick off attempt. Ty dives back, but just gets back on that one. He just beat it back. He was leaning, getting ready to take off.
And again, the Vampires were calling him out.
Two and two to Reese Bell. Pitch up and out, up and in. And Klaus Kissamore picked off. 2-4 on the caught stealing. This is ball 3. So a full count now to Reese Bell. 3 balls, 2 strikes with 2 outs. Klaus Kissamore picked off by Cravens, the catcher. Threw down to Bradley at second base. Full count pitch, driven into center field, right center field. Center fielder steps over, calls it, and makes the catch. F8 for out number 3. But the Eagles get 1 run on 1 hit, 1 error. And no runners left on base after 1.5, 5-2. Georgetown leads it over Round Rock. Back with more Eagle baseball in just a moment. Seven, 8, 9 hitters due up for the Dragons here in the bottom of the second. Best, Cravens, and Bradley due up. Best had a 1-2 count on. Also, Brooks was thrown out trying to steal home. Steps in here. First pitch from Haddon. Low and inside for ball 1. The 1-0 pitch from Haddon. Ground ball out towards second. Wade Denton on the run. No, what a play! Oh, my goodness. Jacob Haddon filled in his position. The lefty came off the mound, cut the ball off before Denton could get to it, fielded it, and pitched it out of his glove.
That was an incredible play. What a heads-up play.
Oh.
My goodness.
Flips it to Heil at first base for out number 1.
And you know as well as anybody, Wally, whenever you flip the ball out of that glove, controlling it is just a crapshoot.
And I tell you what, go buy a lottery ticket. That was a beautiful toss, like he tossed it barehanded. First pitch to Cravens in there for a strike. What a play by the pitcher, Jacob Haddon. Building his position off the mound, and it looked almost delayed, like, man, that's going to be in no man's land.
Dun-dun-dun, dun-dun-dun.
The gold star play right there. Petty made it in the first game. Cravens takes this pitch. Now 0-2. Falls behind in the count. But Haddon putting his name on that gold star here in the second inning of game number 2.
Well, there's no telling how big that play is because you get the leadoff guy on base again. Then getting that first out is huge.
This pitch up and out for ball 1. 1-2 the count to the catcher. Cole Cravens, the junior catcher, catching here in game 2 for The Round Rock Dragons. 7-4. The Eagles won game one. The 1-2 pitch. Cravens fouls it off down the third base line. Stays alive in the at-bat. The Eagles won at 7-4 and now lead at 5-2 after 1.5. Here in game number 2.
I'm not sad we have the shade.
Maybe the best investment ever made. This pitch low. Gets past Pernica. 2-2 now the count to the catcher Cravens. Bradley, the second baseman on deck for the Dragons.
The equipment appreciates it too.
Oh. The 2-2 pitch from Haddon. Fouled off just off the end of the bat. And Craven stays alive.
That's what, 6 pitches in this at bat so far?
So far.
You're just losing stuff everywhere, man.
That was the pencil that blew off like in the third inning.
Right.
Swing and a miss. Pernica holds on to it.
Now batting number 4, David Bradley.
Number 2. First strikeout of the ball game for Haddon. And the number 9 hitter, Bradley, comes up to bat. He plays second base. The junior second baseman, David Bradley. First pitch on the inside corner. 4 strike 1. I went and talked to Coach Vieira after that game. After we got done talking, we shut things down here for game 1. And a bunt attempt here by Bradley, but it's going to roll foul. Grab there by Leininger. 4 strike 2 now. 0-2 the count to Bradley. And I just asked him, what is the confidence for your team when you come into the 6th inning there and your 6, 7, and 8 hitters start a rally like that? And you want production out of your whole lineup, but when your 6, 7, and 8 start that off, what does that do for the rest of the team? And we talked about just the confidence that it shares up and down the lineup. Just missed on the 0-2 pitch. 1-2 now to Bradley. And he was just saying it helps move other players into, okay, let's go. The challenge is there, right?
When you've got a lineup where the bottom third of your order is producing, and it just makes such a huge difference, because all too often teams at any level, the 7, 8, 9 hitters are not that good. So if you can work down to the bottom of the order, you can chalk up some outs. But when that middle third, bottom third of the order are producing, but it's just devastating.
Starting at that top of the 6th, it was walk, single, walk, single from your 6, 7, 8, or 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9 hitters. And
nice pitch.
Strikeout looking there on a full count. 2 strikeouts in a row for Haddon. And the Dragons go quietly in the 2nd. No runs, no hits, no errors. No runners left on base. After 2 innings, 5-2, the Eagles lead it over Round Rock. Back with more Eagle baseball in a moment. We go to the top of the 3rd inning. The pitcher Cox stays in the game. And 4, 5, and 6 hitters due up here for the Eagles in the top of the 3rd. Heil, Leininger, and Petty. Heil, 1 for 1 in the ball game. Doubled down the third base line. Came around to score a run. Steps in here to lead things off in the third. Cox from the stretch. First pitch in the turf for ball 1. 1-0 to count. The 1-0 pitch, swing and a miss. Count evens out at 1-1. For all those fans in dismay about the damages to their vehicles, you'll see our buddies at H&R Auto Body. Ball 2 here to Landon Heil. H&R Auto Body, sponsors of Georgetown Eagle Booster Club and baseball. Shout out to them. I know they're busy, but dadgummit, they are good. Located over in Leander. Heil takes this one high. Our count runs to 3-1 for Landon Heil. First baseman here in game number 2. H&R Auto Body. 2201 US 183 in Leander. Go see them. Landon Heil draws the walk. Lead off walk. Now to bring up Riley Leininger. He walked and scored a run in his first appearance back in the first inning. He ran into a full count and then drew the walk. Leininger from the left side. Leininger just continues to get on base. Playing third base this game. He was the DH last game. 3 out of 4 at bats. It reached base. 2 walks, a single. Now walked in the first at bat. Came around to score a run. Takes the first pitch low for a ball.
Just chuckle at Coach V and his GQ signs from the third base box. It's all smooth.
Coach Vieira, and he'll get their attention. And boy, he's smooth as ever. Speaking of smooth, that pullover jacket coaches have. Leininger takes a hack, fouls it back to the screen. Get to find out their supplier.
Yeah.
Good looking pullover there.
Good looking pullover. Maybe talk to Coach B.
See what I can do. Tell you what, and I've stopped calling it blue. The Georgetown Eagles are not blue and white, blue and black. They're Georgetown blue.
Georgetown blue.
It is a distinct blue. I love the look of that jacket. The all gray uniforms today on the road with the blue, the Georgetown blue numerals and letters, the Georgetown blue helmets, high pants, blue socks. Sharply looking team. 13-2 on the year now after the first win in the ball game, 7-4. Leininger fouls this one off. Now behind in the count, 1 ball and 2 strikes.
Wow.
One ball, 2 strikes, no outs. Heil on at first base, reached on the walk. Cox comes set in the stretch. The 1-2 pitch, and Leininger fouls it off, stays alive in the at-bat. Andon Petty on deck for the Eagles. Reached on a fielder's choice. Came around to score a run as well. He awaits his turn. No outs here in the top of the third inning. And Leininger sends us into left field. It's going to carry out. And the left fielder, Petrie, makes the catch for out number 1. F7 in the book for out number 1. Andon Petty comes up to bat. 0 for 1 in the ball game. Reached on the fielder's choice. Came around to score a run. He'll step in here with 1 out.
Folks, we'll fix the umbrella situation here in the half inning.
Petty steps in from the right side. 0 for 1 in the ball game. Reached on a fielder's choice. Came around to score a run. Heil leads off first. Now Cox will step off and reset himself. Pickoff attempt. Heil dives back in safely. Petty steps back in from the right side. One out here in the top of the third. The first pitch is up and in for ball one. Chance Pernica, the catcher here in game two. Mazik, Zachary Mazik, the catcher. Congrats to his family and his sister. Had to leave to attend his sister's wedding right at the end of game number one. Swing and a miss, evens out the count for Andon Petty. Congrats to the Mazik family. Chance Pernica picked up where Mazik left off with his 2 RBI single. Pernica had a RBI double of his own down the third baseline in his first at bat. He waits on deck here for the Eagles. Landon leads off. The 1-1 pitch, and it's a ground ball that's seeing eye single between short and third. Heil circles second, but he'll stay there. Nice base hit there by Andon Petty.
Little excuse me swing. Just he even went down to get that pitch and just punched it between the third baseman and the shortstop.
That'll bring up Chance Pernica, the catcher. Number 7, 1 for 1 in the ball game. A double down the third base line. Scored a run. Drove in a run. He'll step in here with 1 out and runners on first and second. Landon Heil down at second base. Andon Petty on at first. Teets playing up at the grass at third base. The first pitch, low and outside for ball 1 to Pernica. Faltasek on deck, the left fielder for the Eagles. My sunburned arms thank the shade. Good night,
Yeah.
What a great baseball game to open things up today here in this doubleheader. 7-4 win for your Eagles. And leading at 5-2 here in the top of the third inning. Heil leads off second. This pitch up for ball 2. 2-0 the count to Pernica. Did you know that the batter on deck is named Jacob Faltasek? For the first few games of the year.
Not to be mistaken with Chance
Faltasek.
Faltasek.
Who's probably his twin brother. Doesn't exist, but I made him up. Jacob Faltasek on deck. Landon Heil has the attention of the pitcher Cox. He cannot settle in. He keeps looking back. Landon Heil moving in and out from second base there. Pitcher comes set, takes a look back, and a pickoff attempt. And Heil dives back in safely. Bradley covering there from second base for the Dragons. A lot of attention being paid to the base runner Heil. Heil drew a walk, advanced to second base on the single by Andon Petty. 1 out here in the top of the third. 2-0 pitch for Pernica. Now a pickoff attempt to first. Faltasek dives back. A lot of attention being paid to the runners, and you love it. For the Eagles, that's great.
Yeah.
Cox is unable to focus on the batters. So far in the inning, you've gotten 1 out on a fly ball to left field, but you've given up a base on balls. You've given up a base hit. Now you have runners moving around. You bring up a guy who's already put up a double with an RBI. Now Heil off running. He's going to steal third base.
And that's why they're paying attention.
Now runners on the corners. That ball was low. Ball 3 to Pernica.
Now you got to pay attention to the runner on first.
Andon Petty, probably maybe the fastest person on the team. If not the fastest, one of the top fastest players on this Eagle roster. Leads off first, yep, and they'll try to pick him off. He dives back in safely, no tag applied. Coach Vieira talking to his players. Pernica back in from the right side. 3 balls, no strikes, 1 out. Good lead off first for Petty. The pitch, and it's ball 4. Pernica draws a 4-pitch walk. They got it right. I'm glad to hear Round Rock's got that right. It is Jacob Faltasek. That is important.
Don't beat yourself up, man.
Ugh.
It's all good.
I apologize to him in person, in between games. I felt horrible. And from football, we talked about Jacob quite a bit.
Oh, yeah.
And so when I even saw it and called it out, I'm in my mind thinking, this is not right. But I didn't ask.
Yeah.
Why
would you?
Luckily, Chance Pernicka's mom, lovingly,
Jacob.
Jacob Pernicka's mom, came and told me that her son's name is Chance. I appreciated the correcting. I want to get it right. It's all about highlighting these kids. And Faltasek takes the first pitch on the lower half of the strike zone for strike one. Bases full of Eagles with one out here in the top of the third. They already lead at 5-2.
I'm going to get this umbrella situation worked out.
This pitch low and in the turf. Count goes to 1-1. Bear with us there on the camera moving. The 1-1 pitch. Breaking pitch over the outside corner for strike two. Tried to throw back behind the runner, Heil at third. And Teets dropped it. 1-2 now to Faltasek. Bases loaded. One out here in the top of the third. Pitcher comes set. The 1-2 pitch. Faltasek grounds it to third base. Teets up with it. He'll go home with it. Craven's on the plate. And they get the lead runner cut down at home again, the second time of the ball game. Nice play there by Bell. So Heil cut down at home, 5-2 on the putout. We're out number two.
And that first game, a lot of damage done in some innings on with 2 outs. So Eagles are going to try to keep that trend going here.
Wade Denton steps in. He reached base on a walk. Back in the second inning. Stole second base. Came around to score the only run of the second inning. Steps in here with 2 outs and the bases loaded. The first pitch. Just catches the outside corner.
Does it?
4 strike 1. That's what the umpire said.
He's got a better view than me.
No balls, 1 strike. To the second baseman, Wade Denton. This pitch up and in for ball 1. Evens out the count at 1-1 now. The 1-1 pitch. Outside for a ball 2. 2-1 the count. It's 2-1 pitch to Denton, and he hits it down the third base line. Petty dives out of the way. It just went over his head. Just foul. That ball's fair there. That scores at least 2 runs.
Telling Coach Vieira how scared it was. That was scary, Coach.
2-2 the count. Petty at third, Pernicka at second, Faltasek at first. Wade Denton the batter. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the top of the third inning. 5-2 your score. The Eagles lead it by 3 over Round Rock. The 2-2 pitch. Low for ball 3. The count goes full now to Wade Denton.
I know we're only in the third inning, but this is a big pitch here with the bases loaded, 2 outs. Eagles trying to do some 2-out damage with a 3-run lead.
Cox spins towards second base. Pernicka gets back, which I don't believe that is Pernicka. Actually, I believe it's a courtesy runner for the catcher, Pernicka. I think it's Daniel Howe, number 17. The full count pitch, it's in the dirt. Wade Denton gets the RBI walk. His second walk of the ball game. And Petty scores from third base. Now 6-2 your score. Daniel Howell, the courtesy runner, down at third in place of Pernicka, the catcher. In steps Eli Hellman. He's 1 for 2 on the ball game. First pitch, he hits it out towards short. The shortstop Schrader up with it. He fires across the first, but not in time. An infield single for Hellman. He's going to go to second, but Denton was already there.
It's another one of those circumstances where the transfer of the ball gets bobbled and you lose your play.
So we'll see how they score it. Nope, they give it an error. So Hellman reaches on an infield error, E6. The second run of the inning scores.
He got a little anxious. He was going to just flip it to second base, but he got a little anxious in doing that and then was unable to make the ball go anywhere.
In steps Ty Klaus Kissamore. He takes the first pitch for a ball, 1-0 the count. 7-2 your score, 2 runs across here in the third. Eagles have extended their lead to 5. Base is still loaded with 2 outs. Ty takes this one on the inside, 4-2. 2-0 the count now. Ty 0 for 1 in the ball game. Sack fly in the first inning to score the first run of the game. Flew out to the left fielder, scored Hellman from third, and then reached on the fielder's choice in the second inning. Steps in here, takes this pitch for strike 1. It's a good sign for your team when your top 2-3 batters have going to bat in every inning in the first 3 innings. Hellman and Ty Klaus Kissamore, their third at bat here in the third inning. The 1-1 pitch, it's up for ball 2, or ball 3, I apologize. The 2-1 pitch. So now Ty way ahead, 3-1, bases loaded.
May get the take sign here again.
This is the 8th batter of the inning for the Eagles. They faced 8 of them came to bat in the first inning. Now 8 batters here in the third. The pitch outside, ball 4. Klaus Kissamore draws a walk. And that'll bring in Faltasek from third base. Denton will move up to third. Hellman up to second. And that'll bring up Reese Bell. And that'll be all for the pitcher, Cox. Kyle Cox will come out. We'll take a break while they change pitchers. You're listening to Eagle Baseball on SHN Sports. We go back to action here. Reese Bell steps in, the 9th hitter of the inning for the Eagles. The new pitcher is number 18, Nathan Fromke, the junior. Little mix up there. So the catcher Craven's out to talk to him. Now Fromke ready to go. 2 outs. He'll face off against Reese Bell, the designated hitter, with the bases loaded. The first pitch. And Bell swinging. Fouls it off. No cars hit this time. But if your car does get hit by a foul ball, make sure you reach out to H&R Auto Body in Leander, Texas. Proud sponsors, Georgetown Eagle Baseball. This pitch outside, ball 1. 1-1 now the count.
Just a bit outside.
To Reese Bell. He's 0 for 1 in the ball game. He walked in his first at bat. Got forced out at home on the play by Teets at third base. Smart play by the third baseman there. This pitch outside, 2-1. Bases were loaded, and he threw home and cut out the lead runner at home to save the run. And then Bell flew out to the center fielder in his second at bat. Steps in here for his third at bat here in the top of the third. 1-1 count, low, ball 3. Scoreboard had it wrong. 2-1 count. Now it's 3-1. So Reese Bell. Opportunity here. Hitter's pitch. He can drive one here. Line drive, a base hit. A couple of runs will score. The 3-1 pitch. Outside, ball 4.
That's the third run with 2 outs.
That'll bring up Landon Heil. He's already batted in the inning, drew a walk. Came around, and he was cut down at home by Teets as well on the ground ball to third. He's 1 for 1 on the day with the double, scored a run. He'll bat here for the second time in the third inning. The first pitch, and a ball hit right up the middle into center field. It's a base hit. 1 run in to score. The center fielder kind of boots it around, but no matter, the second run would have scored from second base in Klaus Kissamore. So a 2 RBI single there for Landon Heil, and he has stayed hot here in the ball game. 2 for 2. 2 RBI, scored a run. That'll bring up Riley Leininger, the third baseman here in game number 2. He's 0 for 1. He walked back in the first inning, came around to score, and then flew out to the left fielder, Petrie. He drives this pitch out towards second base. Bradley's up with it, throws across for the putout for out number 3. 4-3 in the book. And the Eagles are down here in the third, but not before they send 11 batters to the plate, and they score 6 runs. I apologize, 6 runs. They did it on 2 hits. Gotta love it. Lots of walks issued. Couple of errors. And the Eagles lead it now by 9. 11-2 your score after 2.5. Back with more Eagle baseball after this. Come to the bottom of the third, 11-2, Georgetown by 9. The 1, 2, and 3 hitters do up for Round Rock. Petrie leads it off the lefty. First pitch.
Just a bit outside.
I was waiting. 1-0 to Petrie.
Ball one. In this circumstance, you got a 9-run lead. All coach wants is pitches across the base. Just right across the plate. Let these guys swing the bats.
One-0 pitch, low for ball 2. Yeah, you want to let your defense work here.
Yep.
You got a 9-run lead. The wind is keeping the ball in the park. Let your defense have a field day. Haddon's pitch in there for a strike. 2-1 now the count. Petrie flew out in his first at bat to Klaus Kisselmore in right field. He's 0 for 1 in the ball game.
2 grand slams, you're still up by 2 runs.
Base hit into center field. That's the outstretched glove of Denton. And Petrie, the leadoff hitter, aboard.
Or a run.
And that'll bring up the right fielder, Garza. He doubled in his first at bat. Came around to score one of the 2 runs for the Dragons. Garza was 2 for 4 in game number 1 for the Dragons. Haddon throws over to Heil at first base. Petrie dives back in safely. Now a throw back over. Petrie has to dive back. 11 runs on 5 hits. 2 Dragon errors. I have 3 Dragon errors. And Garza fouls this one off. Leininger grabs it in foul territory and throws it back in. 0-1 the count. Heil holds on Petrie. The 0-1 pitch high. 1-1. No outs here in the bottom of the third. Runner at first. Petrie singled into center field. The 1-1 pitch, just high for ball 2. 2-1. Now to the right fielder, Garza.
That's what we were talking about a little bit earlier, the difference in the strike zone with different umpires. Not better or worse, just different. In previous game, that probably gets called a strike, but it's not the previous game.
2-1 pitch, fouled off. No cars harmed in the foul ball there.
No animals injured.
2-2 though, the count now to Garza. Haddon comes set in the stretch. Looks over at Petrie at first. He'll come home with it. And it's low. Good block there by Pernicka to keep it in front of him. Leininger at third, Hellman at short, Denton at second, Heil at first. Falta second left, Petty in center. And Klaus Kisselmore in right.
Ooh.
You almost picked the wrong place to stop. But no cars harmed in that foul ball as well. It's like playing Plinko.
I know.
The ball gets sent over. I'm glad we got told to move our trucks. Now a pickoff attempt, and they got him. Oh, they say he got back. Petrie dives in. What a move there by Jacob Haddon. I thought he had Petrie. He's leaning the other way.
Nice move, and that's one of the things that you've seen with the Georgetown pitchers and the Round Rock pitchers today. There's been some really good moves over to first. One errant throw by the Georgetown staff in that first game.
Line drive to third base. Leininger makes the catch and doubles up Petrie at first. What a play there by the third baseman Leininger. Snags the line drive from Garza. So L5 and then 5-3 on the doubling off Petrie. Another good shot by Garza. But Leininger in the right spot at the right time. And another good defensive play. Clears the bases for the Eagles. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third, and now Schroeder, the shortstop, up. Haddon hops this one in there for ball 1. 1-0 the count to the shortstop, Schroeder. Game number 1, Schroeder was 1 for 3 with a walk and a run scored. Playing third base in game number 1. Now at shortstop, the 1-0 pitch, the 1-0 pitch is up for ball 2. I'm pretty confident in that. I had it 1-0, and I look up the scoreboard and it says, oh no. So I'm like, okay, am I wrong or the booth wrong? But now I'm come to be confident the booth is probably going to be wrong.
I've noticed through a game in 3 innings that the scoreboard's not uber dependable, kind of like mine.
2-0 the count. And Schroeder fouls that off down the third baseline. 2-1 now the count to the shortstop Schroeder. 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. 11-2. Your Eagles lead it by 9.
I get distracted.
Four runs in the first, 1 in the second, 6 in the third. Swing and a miss. And the count goes even at 2-2 now. Nice pitch there by Haddon. Two balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs here in the bottom of the third. The 2-2 pitch. And a line drive right past the head of Haddon into center field for a hit.
How important is that double play now?
Absolutely. That'll bring up Wren and Dwartha, the first baseman. He'll step in from the left side. He has a RBI single, came around to score a run, the second run of the ball game for the Dragons. He'll step in here with 2 outs and a runner down at first. Give Haddon credit. He fielded the ball he had to, and he got the heck out of the way of the one he needed to. Made a great play on that ground ball earlier. Did a good job of keeping himself alive on that line drive. First pitch in there for a strike to Dwartha.
It's a good thing it's not like those mic'd up shows. Man, her little squeal from the pitching man. Eep.
I'm okay. I'm okay.
Mama.
Heil holds on. Schrader at first. Haddon comes set. The 0-1 pitch. Foul. Or no, a dribbler back up third base. Leininger fields it, makes the throw. It came off the end of the bat, and it spun back into fair territory. Leininger fields it on the run and makes the throw.
I don't even think he knew where that was.
5-3 on the putout. And the Eagles get out of it here in the bottom of the third. No runs on 2 hits. No errors and 1 runner left on base. After 3 innings, 11-2 your score. The Eagles lead it by 9. Back with more Eagle baseball in just a moment.
I don't know. You tell me.
We go to the top of the 4th inning, 11-2. Georgetown leads it over Round Rock. 2 up here in the 4th. The 6, 7, and 8 hitters. Petty, Pernica, and Faltasek. Petty who takes the first pitch. High for a ball. Fromke still on the mound for the Dragons. 2 pitches, not close. 2-0 the count. To Petty. Petty 1 for 2 in the ball game. Scored 2 runs. Has a single and reached on a fielder's choice. Ground ball fielded by Fromke off the mound. He runs over and pitches it over to Andwortha for the out. 1-3 for out number 1.
You like seeing these kids hustle down the baseline.
Petty ran that one out, made Fromke hurry up there. He almost got a little lazy. Now stands in to bat Chance Pernica, the catcher. Chance 1 for 1 on the day. Doubled in the first, an RBI double. Takes this pitch up and in for ball 1. And then walked and came around to score a run in the 3rd inning. 1-0 the count from Fromke. Outside, ball 2. Faltasek on deck. The 2-0 pitch. Just high, ball 3.
You see him leave that arm hanging out there. He's aiming the ball on that pitch. Not following through. Might be getting tired.
Fromke delivers the 3-0 pitch. And it's high, a 4-pitch walk to the catcher, Chance Pernica. And that'll bring up Jacob Faltasek. He's 0 for 2 in the ballgame, but he reached base last inning on a fielder's choice. Came around to score a run. And let's see here, number 17, Mr. Howell will come in to run. Daniel Howell will come in to run for Pernica, the catcher, as a courtesy runner. Wind's starting to pick up here. This pitch gets past the catcher, Craven's wild pitch, and that'll move Howell up to second base. It's now a runner in scoring position with 1 out here in the top of the 4th. Love to see the Eagles tack on 2 or 3 more runs and try to hold the Dragons. Get out of here with a run rule quick win. Game number 2.
Just Fromke's 2nd inning of work.
He came in a relief in the 3rd. This one in the turf as well. Scooped there by Cravens. 2-0 count now to Jacob Faltasek.
His pitching motion doesn't look as smooth as it was earlier.
The 2-0 pitch. Left elevated, just high, ball 3. 7 straight balls now from Fromke.
His motion a little better follow through on that pitch, and it was much closer to the strike zone. I'm just wondering if, you know, with him coming out of the bullpen, if he's used to throwing this many pitches.
The 3-0 pitch down the pipe. I think Faltasek was taken all the way there.
Yep.
The bat never moved off his shoulder. 3-1 now. Good pitch there from Fromke. Just what you now got the hitter's pitch coming to Faltasek. 3-1. Got to go back to that same spot. Can't play around. Fromke from the stretch looks back at Howell. He'll come home. The 3-1 pitch. Faltasek into left field. It's going to be a base hit. Howell circles around third. He's being sent home, and Howell will be in to score. And now it's a 10-run lead for your Eagles. An RBI single for Jacob Faltasek. That hitter's pitch came to fruition there, Kelly.
Now you start playing to maintain this lead. Maybe run rule this thing.
A day like today, get the temperatures up, upper 80s, lower 90s. Kids have been out here for several hours. Take every opportunity to cut it short if you can. First pitch to Wade Denton, outside for ball 1. Denton been walked in both of his at-bats here today. Came around to score 2 runs. Stole second base in his first go-around in the 2nd inning. Stands in here in the bottom of the, or top of the 4th. This pitch called a strike.
For the run rule to come into play, they have to play 1 more full inning. Got to get through the 5th, but if you're up by 10 or more after the 5th, then that's the ball game.
So at this point, the Dragons have 6 outs remaining to change that outcome. This pitch high for ball 2. 2-1 the count now to Wade Denton. Faltasek leads off first. The 2-1 pitch skips in there for ball 3. 3-1 the count now. Denton, second baseman here today. You got to love it here.
We were talking earlier about those catchers taking a beating behind that plate.
3-1 pitch in there for strike 2.
I umpired high school baseball for several years and called a kid named Jeff Granger that got drafted right out of high school as a pitcher. He had a 96-mile-an-hour fastball, a curve, and a knuckle that were just ridiculous.
Wade Denton walked again. Third walk of the ball game.
If you didn't have a catcher that knew what you were doing, the umpire got beat up. I got beat up a couple of times back there getting drilled with some high fastballs that come off the top of the catcher's mitt.
Eli Harmon being pinch hit for here. Brady Peters steps in. The junior utility player from the right side. No, or one out here in the top of the 4th. First pitch is low for ball 1.
I want to thank our viewers on YouTube for checking in with us. If you'd like to, throw in where you're listening from. Give some shout-outs to our listeners. Trisha Hiles listening in, I assume from Georgetown.
Fromke catches the outside corner, evens up the count to Peters, 1-1. Ty Klaus Kissamore on deck for the Eagles. One out here in the top of the 4th. Runners on first and second via an RBI single, by Faltasek and a walk by Denton. This pitch outside, 2-1 now. The count to Peters. Brady back in the box. Fromke comes set from the stretch. The 2-1 pitch, low and outside, ball 3. 3-1 count now to the pinch hitter, Brady Peters.
Did I say our listeners on Facebook or YouTube?
YouTube.
Okay.
Good job. Sun getting to you. 3-1 pitch, high, ball 4. Brady Peters draws a walk. Ty Klaus Kissamore comes up to bat with the bases loaded and 1 out. Schrader will come in to visit with Fromke. From shortstop, Ty steps in for his 4th appearance at the plate in the 4th inning here. So far, 0 for 1. He's walked. He's got a sacrifice fly and reached on a fielder's choice. Steps in here with the bases full of Eagles. First pitch from Fromke in the dirt, gets away from Cravens. But the runner, Faltasek, hesitated and didn't take off.
He's not the fastest Eagle, so I guess he wanted to be absolutely sure.
And Cravens
something about somebody needing a helmet on.
the little has got to be moved back from the opening of the dugout. Safety first, and you got to respect that. Don't want the little kid to get hurt on a foul ball sent over towards the dugout. Want to know the count to Klaus Kissamore. The 1-0 pitch in the dirt. Cravens with the scoop.
I think
2-0 the count.
Sorry,
No,
I think we're back to making him throw a strike.
I think you're right, especially here with the 10-run lead. Bases loaded, 1 out. He's walked several here. The 2-0 pitch. Nope. Klaus Kissamore pops it up on the right side. Andrew Wartha
That wind is doing some wicked stuff.
makes the catch to shallow right field. So F3 for out number 2.
Coach V's mom, Kayla Middleton, listening in from Fort Worth. Good to have you with us, Miss Middleton.
Coach V's wife usually listens in. Got a chance to meet her when I met Coach Vieira at the Meet the Eagles. What an awesome event, Kelly.
Yeah.
The players and all the parents and supporters out there at the field, and I sat up in our booth and just took it in and watched them. Got to meet some of the players and just the mannered. Then I go out, and I shared this with Coach Vieira, and we talked about this. My wife and I went out with one of our grandkids, having dinner at Buffalo Wild Wings there in Georgetown. Ball to Reese Bell. He's walked twice, flown out once. He's 0 for 1 in the ball game. 2-0 now. And about 12 players, 10 or 12 players came in to eat, sat right beside us. And 10 or 12 of the most well-behaved young men. And I just thought it represented the Georgetown High School, the Eagle baseball program. Reese Bell takes a hack at this one, drives it into right field. Garza drifts back towards the line, and he'll make the catch for the 3rd out. But not before the Eagles put up one more run on 1 hit. No errors, and 3 runners left on base. After 3.5, it's 12-2. Your Eagles lead it by 10. Back with more Eagle baseball in just a moment. Back here for the bottom of the 4th, but Kelly, it was a great representation by this program. Talked to Coach Vieira about that, how well these kids behaved out eating in public on spring break is when it was. I sent a picture to him and just, hey, what a great representation of your team in public.
Well, part of what's so satisfying and so much fun for me in covering Eagle baseball is I've known Coach Vieira since 2000. And his dad was the softball coach at Georgetown High School when I was a school resource officer there, and developed a relationship with his dad, and then developed a relationship with Jordan, and have watched him grow into where he's the head baseball coach here now.
What a play by the catcher. Chance Pernica comes out from behind the plate, catches the bunt attempt in the air for the putout. A little P2 in the book, as also Brooks had taken ball 1, but then tried to get a bunt hit there. Popped it up for out number 1. Pernica quickly out from his crouch and made the catch on the run for out number 1. That'll bring up Teets, the 3rd baseman. First pitch in there for a strike.
Nice off-speed pitch there.
Jacob Haddon still dealing for the Eagles. Here into the bottom of the 4th. Outside and low for ball 1. 1-1 the count. The Dragons down to their last 5 outs to put a run across the board to avoid the run rule. This pitch just low. 2-1 the count now to Teets. He's 0 for 1 in the ball game. The 2-1 pitch from Haddon. Swing and a miss. 2-2 now the count. Hear the howling of the wind through the microphones. There's our field mic. And a ball sent down the right field line. One of the Eagle players warming up the bullpen threw his glove up in the wind, caught it, and blew it out of the bullpen. He's going to go give chase to it. Tried to knock the ball down. The wind took his glove.
Trying to be cute.
Out and about. That was funny. The 2-2 pitch. Strike 3 called. Teets goes down looking. What a pitch there. We all kind of froze waiting for the call. Braden Best, the designated hitter, comes up with 2 outs. Here in the bottom of the 4th. What a pitch there by Jacob Haddon. Get the strikeout.
Great pitch. Just totally froze the batter. Expecting something different, or hoping for something different.
First pitch to Best, and he sends it in the air. Pernica gives chase, but it drifts out into the stands. So So 0-1 the count to Braden Best, the designated hitter. He's 0 for 1 of the ball game. If you remember, they put the gold star on Braden Best. His ground ball, it looked like it was going to be into no man's land towards second base. It's cut off by Haddon, and the glove flip over to first base. This one skips in, ball 1, evens out the count. So credit to Jacob Haddon, he's dealing today. I believe he pitched against Marble Falls. I have to pull my book back out. But he just was dealing in his last start for the Eagles. The 1-1 pitch, inside, ball 2.
In a game like this, second game of the day, you want your starter to go as deep into this game as you can, and with a 10-run lead, you would guess it's his to go at least through this inning and the next inning. 3 cars.
3 customers for H&R Auto Body. Go see H&R Auto Body in Leander, sponsor of Georgetown Eagle Baseball. For all your auto body needs, just even a dent from a baseball, or one of 30 dents from baseballs today. The 2-2 pitch up for ball 3. Full count now to the designated hitter, Braden Best. Haddon looking to get out of here in the 4th. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs. The payoff pitch. Ground ball to third base. Leininger scoops it up, throws across the diamond. Scooped at first by Heil. And 5-3 for the putout. And the Dragons go in order. No runs, no hits, no errors. No runners left on base. After 4 innings, 12-2, we go to the 5th. Eagles coming up to bat. Listen to Eagle Baseball on SHN. Go to the top of the 5th inning with the Eagle Band. Trying to get this crowd motivated, leading by 10. Shout out to the Georgetown Eagle Band, bringing us some clips to allow us to highlight those students and all their efforts that they put in. In steps the first baseman, Landon Heil. He'll lead things off against the new pitcher, Wren Andwortha. First pitch, low and inside for ball one. Harden goes into play first base for the Round Rock Dragons. On deck is a pinch hitter for the Eagles. This pitch catches the outside corner for strike one. Daniel Howe in the on-deck circle, set to pinch hit for Leininger. Heil so far in the ball game, 2 for 2. And he drives this one, but right to Bradley. Scoops it on a hop, throws across to Harden for the putout. Nice hard shot there. What a good play by the second baseman, Bradley. 4-3 in the book for out number one. Daniel Howe comes up. Pinch hitting here for Leininger.
Folks, we do want to let you know on Thursday at 6:30 at Pokey Joe's Barbecue, we'll have the first coaches show of the season with Coach Vieira. So if you can, come out and join us there. I won't be there, but I'll be in Lansing, Michigan. But
Lansing, Michigan.
Wally will be there.
I will. You can count on that. Howe takes the first pitch on the inside corner for strike one. Daniel Howe steps in here for his first at bat. Leininger went 0 for 2 in the ball game. Reached on a walk and scored a run in the first inning. Flew out and then grounded out. He takes a seat for Howe. Howe sends this one into right center field. It's going to find the gap. Nope, cut off by Garza. Nice play by the right fielder Garza. But Daniel Howe gets a single here with one out in the top of the fifth.
Nice piece of hitting, just taking a kind of difficult pitch and shooting it the opposite way over the head of the second baseman. Get a base runner on, maybe add to this lead.
Another pinch hitter, number 12, Nolan Jondal. He'll step in here, pinch hit for Andon Petty. Petty was 1 for 3. He hit a single, scored 2 runs, reached on a fielder's choice, and grounded out to the pitcher last inning. Jondal takes the first pitch in there for strike one. The 0-1 pitch, fouled off back to the screen. Strike two.
Woke up the field, Mike.
Chance Pernica on deck. He has to hit. He's the only catcher left on the lineup for the for the Eagles, with Mazik having to leave for his sister's wedding. Congratulations again to the Mazik family. And a called third strike on the outside corner. Jondal down on strikes, looking for out number 2. Chance Pernica will take off the shin guards and come up to bat with 2 outs here in the top of the fifth.
Nice backdoor breaking pitch comes across that outside corner, and again, it's there's consistency to that outside corner called strike.
Nice pitch there from Andwortha. That lefty brought it in from the outside and caught that corner for strike 3.
A lot of lefties have a natural break to their pitch anyhow, even if it's a fastball.
First pitch to Pernica on the outside corner for strike 1.
And I wonder why. Why do they have it that the right-hander doesn't?
God feels bad for him for being left-handed.
That's Wally Harmon, folks.
I always give my brother and my sister, one of my sisters, are both left-handed, and that's always the joke. Pernica puts it on the ground hard to Bradley at second base, up with it, makes the throw to first for out number 3. 4-3 in the book, and the Eagles go quietly. No runs on 1 hit, no errors, 1 runner left on base. After 4.5, it's 12-2. 3 more outs here without any runs scored, and the Eagles will be victorious in a run rule. Back with the bottom of the fifth after this on SHN. go to the bottom of the 5th. The Dragons bring up the 8, 9, and 1 hitters. Cravens, the catcher, leads it off. And he takes a shot on the first pitch.
Thank goodness for helmets. That one hit him right on the logo.
Now pitching Kyle Rabolo. Courtesy runner in for the catcher. Tyler Betts comes in to run. So the first pitch from Rabolo.
That's an important base runner because the Dragons need to push at least one run across to keep this game going after this inning.
So Cravens hit by the pitch. He was 0 for 1 in the game before that. Strike on the outside corner for the first pitch to Bradley. He struck out looking in his only at bat, 0 for 1 in the ball game. The courtesy runner being used here is the speedy center fielder Betts. The 0-1 pitch fouled off. And the lacrosse player takes it in the leg.
Is it? Is that where he took it?
Yeah. Come out of your own game, you got to pay attention. We're taking out cars and people with foul balls over here. 0-2 the count to Bradley, the second baseman. Ground ball up the middle. Fielder by Robolos. Go to the shortstop, Harmon. Fires over to first base. Double play.
Wow.
What a play by the Eagles. No, I'm sorry, that was not to Harmon. Peters went into second base. That was Wade Denton. Moved over to second base, or shortstop. So a 1-6-3 double play. And that brings up the leadoff hitter, Petrie. He's 1 for 2. Coach Vieira going to come out and talk. And that's it for Polo. They're going to pull him after one hitter, or 2 hitters. And bring in number 11, Scott Beam, to close this one out. Kyle did a great job. Did his job. He hit one and then doubled him off. I tell you what.
Take a pitch to the dome and then get doubled off.
On an 0-2 count. 1-6-3 on the double play.
He made sure he didn't get hit by that throw from the shortstop, too, because he just bailed on that baseline.
Wade Denton is one of the relievers that will come in here and pitch for the Eagles. He came in on the first, maybe the first night I saw against, against the Glen Grizzlies at Glen to open up district play. Came in the 7th inning, and he set them down 3 straight. I don't think he threw 10 pitches. He throws hard. And so you know when he has time to catch that ball and wind up coming across second base, I'm going to get out of the way too.
Yeah. It's time to run out towards that 380 mark in center field.
I'm good.
Yeah.
I'm good.
I'm going to go out here. I'll see you guys later. Holler if you need something.
2 outs now. Scott Beam comes in. The lefty, number 11, the senior. He comes in to face the left-handed hitter, Petrie. He singled in his second at bat. He's 1 for 2 in the ball game. But he was doubled off. First base, the line drive by Garza to the third baseman, Leininger. Leininger then fired across to Heil at first to double off Petrie. So Petrie steps in with 2 outs. He's the last out remaining for the Dragons to stay alive in this game. First pitch, just time for ball 1. Petrie hits the ball over to first base, fielded by Heil. He'll take it to first base, 3 unassisted. And that is your ball game. The Eagles are victorious 12-2 over the Round Rock Dragons here in game number 2. Quick timeout. Be back with a visit with Coach Vieira. We'll bring it back here in just a minute on SHN Sports. We're back live here on SHN. We'll go down to the field and Kelly.
Wally, thanks. I'm here with Jacob Hatton, starting pitcher today. Heck of a game by Jacob. Jacob, talk about that game.
I just filled up the zone and let my teammates work behind me, and offense did their job, so made my job much easier.
When you get that kind of a lead, it's a little easier standing on that mound throwing the pitches you want to throw, right?
Yes, sir. You're just filling it up and let your defense work behind you to get your offense back on the field to score more runs.
What was the pitch that was working best for you today?
My changeup was working best.
Yeah, that changeup was doing some nasty stuff to their hitters. So you got any shout-outs?
Shout out to my teammates, shout out to my coach, and shout out to my family for showing up tonight. Thank you all.
All right, Jacob. Great game, young man. Appreciate your job out there on the mound.
Appreciate it.
Best of luck. We'll get Coach Vieira over here in just a second. Wally, I'm here with Coach Vieira after the second victory today. It's a good game, and appreciate y'all getting us out of here a little bit early with the run rule. Talk about that job by Jacob on the mound.
And Jacob did a great job. He attacked the strike zone. He filled it up, and he got them to put the ball in play. And then the other side is he was able to command his fastball as well as his breaking ball. And when that guy's able to command both those, he's pretty good.
Yeah, when you've got those pitches working, and then you're able to get that change up across the plate,
Yeah.
and in that strike zone, really makes a difference.
No doubt, no doubt.
You get that kind of a lead. How much easier is it for the guy that's on the mound when you've got that kind of a lead and you can just throw your pitches?
Right. Whenever you got that kind of lead, we're just talking about just filling up the strike zone. I mean, you got that kind of lead, and we need to fill it up and let those guys go. And he doesn't have to worry about being perfect and giving up hits. And it allows him to relax a little bit and just have to attack the strike zone a little bit easier.
4 errors in the first game. You still come out with a victory, but this game is much cleaner for the defense.
Yeah, I mean, you got some chapstick? That's a game changer for us. When we play clean defense, we are able to minimize what the other team is able to do offensively. I apologize.
I got you.
So that's a big thing for us to be able to clean it up. And then the other side, to go back to what you were talking about with Jacob, whenever you got that kind of lead, and you know that your defense is going to pick it up and throw it where it's supposed to, makes his job a lot easier as well.
Well, Coach, tough loss the other night against Leander, but you come back with back-to-back victories today. Congratulations.
Awesome.
Appreciate
Thanks,
your team's effort.
Appreciate you guys.
You
Thank you.
bet. Back to you, Wally.
And what a day here on the road at Round Rock High School. 7-4 victory in game number 1 and a run roll in game number 2. Ends in 5 innings, 12-2 over the Round Rock Dragons. The Eagles improved to 14-2 on the year. And now a big game on Tuesday night. We'll be back home at Eagle Field to face the Rouse Raiders, who sit at first place in district play. They'll come over to Eagle Field on Tuesday night, 6:45 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. Join me there live on SHN. We'll have the game if you can't be there in person. Quick timeout. Come back with some final numbers and a wrap-up. Eagle Baseball on SHN. Back here at the Dragon Diamond at Round Rock High School in Round Rock, Texas, the Eagles do a 2-game sweep in the doubleheader of the Round Rock Dragons. 7-4 in game 1. They respond in game 2 with a 12-2 run rule over the Round Rock Dragons. Jacob Haddon steps in and has a great pitching performance here in game number 2. We got to listen to him talk to Kelly down at the field, but Jacob just stepping in and dealing like he has done earlier in the year. And so he gets the win today. But the Eagles overall, the performance there, especially in game number 2, was just fun to watch. Kelly, they spread out the hits, they timely walks, base running, putting aggressive base running at play, and putting pressure on the Dragon pitching and the defense. Just caused a lot of errors and a lot of mistakes here, especially in game 2 for the Dragons, and it showed on the board.
It did, and like Coach Vieira said in the interview, whenever you can play clean baseball and your pitchers are working so well like that, it just makes the whole game so much easier.
You look at some of the hitting stats. Hellman went 1 for 3. Heil went 2 for 3 with a double, a run, and a base on balls. Leininger 1 for 2 with a walk and a run. Petty went 1 for 3 with scored 2 runs. Pernica, he went 1 for 2, had 2 walks and scored 2 runs, had an RBI. Stepping in there, catching game 2. Faltasek 1 for 3 with a run and an RBI. Wade Denton, the second baseman, moved over to shortstop and defensively there in the last inning. Technically from the plate, he went 0 for 0. He walked 3 times, scored 2 runs, and stole a base. And so just up and down the lineup in this game, totally different from game 1 where the big push there in the 5th inning in game 1 was from your 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 hitters to start that rally. And here in game 2, it was from top to bottom. Everyone contributing, everybody stepping in. You even had when your people came into a pinch hit. Brady Peters came into pinch hit for Hellman. He draws a walk. Howe comes in. He pinches for Leininger. He gets a base hit. So everyone doing their part each and every way in this game, too, makes a total difference. 14-2 now on the season. And some good momentum going into Tuesday night. You hated to go into Tuesday night against a good Rouse team at home at Eagle Stadium, Eagle Field there in Georgetown, but you don't want to go in on a loss. And to come off a 2-game sweep of Round Rock today has got to build that confidence for this Eagle team.
Well, and it's not like they came over to Round Rock and beat a mediocre team. It's a good Round Rock Dragons baseball team, and we saw they've got some quality pitching, some quality fielders, some guys that can put the ball into play, and especially in the second game, Georgetown dominated, and you see them win 2 games today in 2 entirely different ways. Overcome some adversity in the first game, got down 4-1, come back and win that game, and then in the second game, the offense dominated, the pitching was just stellar. And that's great going into the meat of the schedule now. You've started district play, and you take the loss from Leander the other night, but you push forward now, and now you make your push to the playoffs.
And defensively today, the one thing that stuck out to me in the second game, you have players that you don't see everyday players.
Right.
You had Leininger down at third base in the second game, not a lot that you usually see down there in Logan Smith. Logan Smith got a day off after pitching in game 1. Leininger played great at third base. Wade Denton played both games at second base. You had Reese Bell take a designated hitter role in the second game, and Landon Heil played well at first base in game 2. Defensive up and down, you got to like that when players come off the bench and step into a role. I talked to Nick Silva after game 1. He shook off 2 errors and came back to make 2 great plays in the last couple of innings to shut down and get the win in game number 1. And so to put that behind you, to move past that, and to continue to get better. And you like to see that out of this team. This is a 6A program. This is not a joke of a program. And so 2 big wins for this Eagle team as they move forward to Tuesday night hosting Rouse.
But Central Texas has really stepped up in the football side of it, and that's what a lot of people talk about in high school athletics. But man, there is some quality baseball players and baseball teams in Central Texas that are going to make deep runs into the playoffs. And Round Rock is one of those teams that can beat anybody they step on the field with. And this second game especially just got to be so satisfying to get out of here with that second win of the day, run rule fashion, get out of here and get ready for Tuesday night.
Tuesday night, Rouse Raiders, undefeated in district play in 25-5A, come into Georgetown High School. We need to make it unfriendly. We need to have a big crowd out there to support the Eagles as they try to knock Rouse off of their throne. They sit currently atop the ratings in 5A baseball by Texas High School Baseball, their website. They sit at number 1 in the state in 5A on a 14-4. I believe their record's 14-4 now, but they're 4-0 in district, and they're a good baseball team.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of good baseball teams in this district, and this is just the one.
Well,
and you're going to have to face them again. But we've got to take that chance and opportunity at home to defend our own field.
Before the season, I talked with Coach Vieira, and one of the things that he was really excited about was the depth in the bullpen. You've got some quality arms, which will serve you very well in your late district run and then into the playoffs. And if the pitching staff can stay healthy and the bats can keep putting the ball into play and scoring some runs, Georgetown's going to be a tough team to beat regardless of who they're facing. And we're really going to find out Tuesday where this team's at.
6:45 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch on Tuesday night, live from Eagle Field. We'll have it here on SHN. I'm going to tell you, I don't care if I have one listener. Come out to the stadium and watch that game. They need to make some noise. We need to get the student section out there, just like last night at Leander. I tell you one thing, those students did not hesitate to chirp at our players the entire game, to the point the home plate umpire turned around and warned one kid on one call when he said, hey, they're bad enough, you don't need to help them. And he turned around and he said, that's it or leave. And it went to a positive chirp, and they were chirping our players, but they did not stop. It didn't stop them. It quieted them for about 2 pitches, and then they're right back at it. And we've got to have that to support this team.
Well, one of the cool things is now with the baseball district looks different than the football district does, but Rouse and Leander and Eastview and all the schools that are in this district, there's some history to these schools and playing, especially like Leander and Eastview. There's this the Leander rivalry with Georgetown High School goes way back. So Rouse, they're a relatively new school, comparatively to Leander, but these fun high school baseball atmospheres are just a blast, and the Blue Crew, the student section with Georgetown High School does a great job, so we're hoping to come out Tuesday night and support this team.
New this week, Thursday night, Pokey Joe's live at 6:45. We'll have the coaches show. Coach Jordan Vieira live from Pokey Joe's. We'll have it here on SHN. Join us there at Pokey Joe's. Let's have a good crowd. And we'll have it live here. Kelly will be out of town in Lansing, Michigan. Hopefully he'll tune in since he doesn't do anything in the evening time. But join us. We'll start a new tradition here with Coach Vieira, the Booster Club, just going out of their way to bring this season to you in each and every way possible. Thanks for joining us today. 7-4, they win Game 1 over Round Rock, and then come back and get the run rule victory 12-2 in 5 innings here at Round Rock High School. Thanks for joining us on SHN. We'll sign off for now. Enjoy your weekend. Come join us Tuesday night, 6:45 first pitch, or 6:45 pregame, 7 o'clock first pitch. And remember, doesn't cost you a dime to be kind. Have a good weekend.